Test, 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 test. Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're having a good night. Just getting set up here. I'll be getting started in just a second. Okay. Checking the audio levels. Test, test. Test, test. Okay, that seems okay. I've been having a little bit of trouble with my mic, so I apologize if things are a little out of sorts. Let me know if anything sounds too abrasive or anything. Trying to get the levels dialed in right. That seems okay. Okay, properties. I definitely got to experiment with this on my own, but let me just set this up one more second. I'll be ready to go. And, oh, it's under advanced. Okay, that makes sense. Output only. Okay, here we go. Hey everybody. Let me catch up on chat. It's good to see y'all. Hi Darth Magog, hi Saria, and hello Luan Jax. Hope you all are doing very well this evening. Let me see. The cats in boxes. The answer to your question, of course, Saria, is yes. More cats, more boxes, more cats in boxes. As a general rule, I think is a good thing. They're so delightful. I can't remember the name of the channel, but my partner and I have been watching a YouTube channel. Something about like the cat who summons Bagagwa, and it's basically this extremely vocal Siamese cat that just like tears around the house, constantly spewing obscenities in the most adorable way. So I'm in favor of anything that encourages that sort of behavior. Suffice to say. Darth Magog says, "You have summoned the Dark Lord of the Apostates. Speak your wish, and I will acknowledge it." Thank you. My only wish for the moment, thank you for making the offer, is that everybody has a decent evening. I know that's not exactly revolutionary or anything, but there's a lot of chaos in the world, and sometimes it can be a little bit asphyxiating, you know, not knowing what to do about all that. So really my wish is just for everybody to have a chill night. And ideally chill rest of your week here's a mission for the group at large. This week, try to find like at least an hour to carve out to just do something nice for yourself and maybe a loved one as well. Just treat yourself. Maybe it could be something as simple as playing a video game or ordering a type of food that you wouldn't normally have or something like that. Just going on a nice walk in a quiet space with your headphones off or something. I know I should do that more. So I think that would be my suggestion. Darth Magog says, "John, we got to get some super chats, start funding these games." I appreciate that. I honestly don't even know what I would do with super chats. I'm fortunate enough to like be pretty comfortable financially, and I would feel weird making money off of YouTube in any extent unless the money was like going somewhere else, if that makes sense, or unless like if it was automatically being donated somewhere, or like if I got to the point where I relied on YouTube for my income, that would be one thing. But I would want to make sure that I was generating content that was like worth the money, so to speak. And I was watching so there's a YouTuber called Kurz, I think, KRZ. They have a really great Dark Souls lore related channel, and they went through this recently where they put up like they switched to monthly memberships and stuff like that, and then within a few months they took it down because they just felt like so much pressure to churn out content and like have it be the specific quality and the specific type. It's like, yeah, I think it comes with its own set of pressures that I would frankly not like my brain would be kind of it takes some adjustment at the very least. So but I have thought about making a membership at some point just so we can have custom emotes. I don't know why you can't just enable those by default, but yeah, I would love for us to be able to have like our own little community stuff. That'd be cool. And let's see here. Luan says, "Just wanted to come and say hi. Can't stick around as I'm busy with studying." Yeah, no worries, man. I hope I hope everything is going well in terms of your studying. My partner actually is just studying for boards, which is like a regular medical exam. And so, like, we are in sort of study support mode over here as well. I hope that whatever you're studying for goes very well, and I can sympathize with the need to focus. I'm trying to be supportive as I can on the home front. So, yeah, good luck with everything. Let's see. You're 5 by 5. I feel ignorant. 5 by 5. That just means that everything is coming across like loud and clear. Is that right? Um, if so, thank you. Uh, if so, also, and I am correct, then I will need to adopt that phrase because it sounds cool. Good to hear from you too, Darth Magog. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I've been away for a little bit. I had a nice time away, and then I got weirdly sick. Not to the point where I had to stay inside or anything, but just like I don't know, just kind of like felt off, like headaches and stuff like that. And that seems to have subsided. So hopefully I will be somewhat coherent tonight. I ask for your patience with the ongoing audio issues. I was listening back to the Thursday stream, and I swear on my end, all of the like meters and monitoring on my end were showing that the audio was getting like the background game audio was getting lowered when I was speaking, but then when I listened to the stream back, I could hardly hear myself. So something is happening between OBS and YouTube. They're not getting along, or I'm just like not implementing something correctly, and it's not doing what I want. But I will, excuse me, I will fix that. Um, I know I keep saying that, but I'll find some time this week before the next stream, especially since I need to do some prep for the data book stream and all that stuff. Um, hey, Fod, how's it going? Sorry, I saw your message on Discord. I'm sorry I haven't responded to it yet. I will after the stream, or we can talk about it in a little bit. I just was kind of scrambling to get some references together and to learn some new stuff for the stream. So sorry I didn't respond right away, but I do appreciate you asking me questions, and I will try to get back to you sooner in the coming weeks, especially now that like I'm back home and feeling a little bit better. So thanks for your patience there. Yeah, how are you doing? How are things on your end? Hope you're doing okay. Darth Magog says, John, you can reinvest the funds into the channel for better equipment, etc., or else donate it if you don't want it yourself. Yeah, that honestly, that sounds really nice. I'm I'm an audio nerd to begin with, so I know it probably doesn't sound like that since the audio has been pretty shoddy lately. But I have like some decent audio equipment. I'm not like I haven't figured out how to use it. But honestly, you know what I would do with it, which I've already started to do with my own like money that I've saved up anyway, is just work with more artists. I'm working with one artist who is making some awesome like pixel animation for the stream intro to get rid of that like AI stuff that I have now. And somebody else is doing a channel banner, and I would love to just be able to keep like finding more folks to work with. My little icon that as you can see there, the bird guy, I like that icon. I guess like I think it's charming, but it is something that I just like came up with in about an hour, that I need to get up pretty quickly so I could finish like just get something online so I can like start streaming. And then I just kind of like haven't spent all that much time developing it as a piece of artwork. And frankly, I would much rather like give some money to and like give a quote unquote gig or whatever to another artist and like work with them. The process of finding other people to collaborate with and then having like the back and forth of tweaking something and developing it and like creative directing it, to use a slightly pretentious phrase, is super super fun. And so I would want to just like invest more in that. Would love to get somebody to design a better border and like some animations for the background and stuff like that. So yeah, that's honestly my focus right now is on getting the banner and the like not taking on too many projects all at once, getting those two pieces of artwork in. But as soon as that's done, I'll be looking for more opportunities. I want to replace all the AI shit with like real human art. Not that AI tools are inherently bad or anything, but yeah, I would just feel better about that at the moment. Darth Magog says 5 out of 5 audio and 5 out of 5 video. Yes, okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate you letting me know. Fod says, do you think Mei is stronger than the pre-war masters, even Edo Zabuza fight masters? I think it's a very good question. I think it probably comes down to something not fully symmetrical. Like, I wouldn't say she's categorically necessarily stronger than anyone from part 1, just like as a general statement. But you could probably match her up against some folks like Zabuza, Um, are you talking about like just like seven ninja swordsman characters, or are you talking about people like Jiraiya and Tsunade and stuff like that? Because I think some of their like feats, so like Tsunade in part one doesn't use the 100 healings the same way that she does during the war, and so the question is, okay, well, did she develop that technique for the war specific, or like in the intervening years, or did she just not use it? Was it like a retcon, or was it a new ability, or is it just something that Kishimoto hadn't thought of at the time, and then decided to reveal later on? And really, how you feel about all that is going to come down to what abilities she would get assigned in that matchup. um, I think they're all obviously. You could make the argument that they're relative in the war, and so if you start taking abilities away from any of them, that by default like puts Mei up higher. Um, but considering the like, I don't know if she's fast enough to keep up with the Raikage, for example, but considering that some of her abilities have really strong potential in terms of like durability, erosion, negation, stuff like that. Um, I think that there's a reason why she's a Kage, why she's selected as the leader of her village. I don't think Zabuza. I think Zabuza has a chance as long as we accept that like metal weapons are still effective on like the biology of Kage level characters unless they have some defensive capability. Mei herself, as far as I know, doesn't have any like rapid armor type abilities like Gara's Sand. So if Zabuza is able to create a mist diversion and get in behind her like with an assassination technique like that, then you might be able to hurt her and maybe even kill her. But I don't think she's necessarily gonna let him get away with that. Um, and when it comes down to an actual like clash between the two of them, um, if Zabuza isn't able to maintain his cover, so to speak, and his like assassination style of combat, then no, I don't think he's going to be able to survive against Mei for very long. Um, but I mean, in order to really give you an honest answer there, I would need to spend more time going through her feats during the war. The stuff that I have most clearly in my head is just her stuff during the Five Kage Summit, and I mean, like, I know that Sasuke's kind of dealing with a lot, but the way that she isolates him and then just like handles him with corrosion style, like he would have died if it wasn't for Obito saving him, right? So, granted, he was potentially weakened from fight, or at least mentally exhausted or whatever somewhat from fighting the Raikage before. I don't know how much slower you think that makes him, but you could make the argument that he wasn't at like peak capacity, but still, like, she was very effective against him. Uh, so using that as a barometer, I'm pretty sure we would agree that that version of Sasuke scales above Zabuza. So but definitely plenty of room for debate there. When it comes to some of the other members of the Ninja Swordsmen, I don't know because we don't see them on screen for very long, and their abilities are so esoteric, they're so friggin' weird, that and we only really see them in the context of like this big free for all brawl. Well, not free for all because it's like there's two sides of the war, but you know what I mean. It's like a big sort of chaotic melee, and I think that the variables inherent to that make it a little bit harder to scale evenly. But it's an interesting topic for sure. Darth Magog says, I'd say Mei is much stronger than Zabuza. Unlike Zabuza, she can generate her own water for one. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I forgot about that. Is there like a statement that Zabuza can't just like generate water spontaneously? That's interesting because I know that like plenty of shinobi later on seem to be able to just like transform chakra into water, basically, right? Like just whenever they want. But I don't know. I'm probably getting somewhat mixed up because I've been consuming a lot of like Avatar: The Last Airbender stuff recently. Although I know that like in the Kakashi Retsuden novel, where he goes to Retaku, he has a technique that he uses where he basically just uses water release to create actual water that he uses to feed to, or like to nourish a child who is dying of starvation, which is one of the cooler like things that he does, period, in the series. It's really neat. 1 second, gonna grab a little drink of water. Darth Magog says, Zabuza only uses water around him. Only Kisame, the Mizukage, Hiruzen, and Tobirama can make their own water in manga canon. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's really cool. I never thought about it that way. You just read it and you didn't enjoy it. Were we talking last time about? I think you said you didn't enjoy the novels because the way that they kind of changed perspectives made it, and the overall tone kind of made it feel like fan fiction, like officially sponsored fan fiction or something like that, and you didn't enjoy it. Am I remembering that correctly? Um, I'd be curious to hear your Goodreads review of Retsuden if you feel like sharing. Saria says, "Damn it, he's creating water as he fights." Kakashi's spitting on the ground. Yeah, well, that's something that Avatar: Last Airbender kind of explores in an interesting way. Like, if you haven't seen it yet, there's a scene in the animated show, the original, where the characters are like stranded in the desert, and they manage to like find a few wispy clouds, kind of floating around, and condense them and use their the water in the clouds to survive a little bit. And then there's another situation where, like, I think it's Aang and Katara are trapped somewhere interior, and it's like they have no water to access to be able to waterbend to get themselves out. So they just start like working up a sweat and exercising, and then eventually, like, I forget if they use spit or not, but anyway, they use the water that they're generating from their sweat to then like create these I think like blades of water or blades of ice or something to help break themselves out of the prison they're in, or help like cut through a metal beam, something like that. I'm probably mixing together a few things, but like the point is that they're able to, like, water bending as a nature release in that universe has a distinct limitation, but the characters can the limitation being that they have to have a water source, but the characters find clever and interesting ways around that limitation, and when they do so, it's really cool. Like Toph learning how to metal bend also is just like one of those amazing situations where it's like, hey, here's your ability, here's how it works, and the character turns around and says, actually, fuck you. You don't get to tell me that. I'll tell you how it works. It's great. Darth Magog says, perspective, tone, prose, pacing, it felt incredibly amateurish. Yeah, I don't think that's unfair. I wasn't bothered by it so much, because I think my suspension of disbelief was relatively easy, so to speak, especially because I was just like looking for stuff to help with the stream. And I just like Kakashi, so spending time with him at all felt was just kind of fun. But yeah, it doesn't quite have the nuance of some of the more compelling stories. It doesn't compare to like the Land of Waves, for example. And there definitely is stuff in there that it's like, Kakashi, the coolest Hokage in the world, did something that the coolest Hokage would do. And when he was done doing that, he looked around and looked really cool and said, man, it sure is cool to be me. There's definitely stuff like that. Funny enough, I am currently reading, if you want to call it that, I'm listening to the audiobooks of some of the Halo novels, and they kind of oscillate between those two tones. Like sometimes they're very much like, here's some interesting information about the universe, here's some cool stuff about a character, here's a new character that sheds some light on the alien races and stuff like that and their perspectives. And then the other one I'll switch over to, we'll just be focusing on the Master Chief, and it'll be like, Chief did really cool Chief stuff. Chief was cool because he was the Chief, and they made him the Chief because of how cool he was. He punched real good and shot even gooder than was stronger than anybody else, and killed him and didn't even have to think about it because that's how cool he was. It's like, yeah, he is really cool. Can you chill for a second? Like, I already know he's cool. Let me learn a little about him as a person. Oh, you want to learn about him as a person? Well, when he was a little kid, he was better than every other kid, and then he was also really lucky and smart and cool. Okay. All right. Okay, I see what this is. It's still fun, but yeah. You want to write? He said that's the entirety of the Itachi novels. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I feel like I've seen a couple of excerpts from it that kind of fit that tone, which is fine if people want to celebrate a character that they like. But yeah, like. It can get a little annoying after a while. Like, I want characters to have flaws and then see them overcome them. That's really cool to me, as opposed to just being. Is the term Mary Sue sexist? I don't know if it's I don't intend it to be, but like that's just a term that I know to refer to a self-insert sort of character, or a character who's just like given every power possible and just does everything right all the time and has no flaws, blah blah blah, right? Like, um, hopefully that's the right term for that. But yeah, that can be fun for a second, but then it can get really irritating as well. Conflict and overcoming conflict are very compelling, right? Sorry, says Katara and Toph. Yeah, Toph can't do it because it's wood, so Katara uses the sweat. Oh, yeah. Okay. I forgot that you're also knowledgeable about that verse. Oh, sorry, I meant to tell you, the other day I was listening to, I hope, I lost my train of thought, shit. Yeah, I was listening to one of your videos. I don't remember which one, of course, because my brain. Um, but maybe it was the one about like how strong is the Triforce, I think. And I had closed captions on because there was noise in the house, and the closed caption kept interpreting you're saying Triforce as tree force, like two words, like the force of a tree. And so I kept imagining like Link showing up at all the sacred temples holding a fucking Deku stick, being like, "I'm ready to fuck you up again." Beware my tree force. I don't know if that's funny to anybody else, but it was cute. It's a fun video too, by the way. I can say Gary Stu for male characters too. Okay, cool. Thank you, Darth Magog. I wish there was like a gender neutral term for that. I guess just like OP asshole or something. Yeah, sorry. It was super funny. Are you familiar with the channel? Was it like Narel or something like that? He has a video that was, he has like actually a bunch of videos reviewing stuff, including the Ocarina, and Majora's Mask 3DS remakes and stuff like that. And then there was another channel that I've been watching recently, I think called Lunatic J, who does rankings of like all the worst dungeons or all of like the best stories or something, and in the series. I don't always agree with his takes, but it is kind of a nice like summary. And it's nice, I think Game Grumps, I don't know if you're familiar with Game Grumps, but Aaron from Game Grumps did a review of Skyward Sword for his Sequelitis series, which was like very scathing. And given the popularity of the video, I just kind of assumed that everybody in the entire world thought that Skyward Sword was a huge piece of shit, and so I never bothered playing it beyond the first couple hours. I really loved when the bird spit the Loftwing spit the mail on Link's head. That's one of my favorite video game moments of all time. But then after that, I was like, the first time I encountered something that I found moderately irritating, I was like, oh yeah, this just proves that Aaron was right and this game sucks. And so I didn't bother like giving it a try. But I'm seeing quite a bit of love for it in the community. It seems to be something that folks are, I don't know if they've just come around to it, kind of like Dark Souls, like the opposite of the Dark Souls 2 thing over time. But I'm gonna have to give it another try. I think the music is also like really great from what I've heard. So let's just use bats as in Batman. Okay, that's fair. You sorry about that. Do you think that like Batman counts as like a Gary Stu sort of character? Batfam for gender neutral title confirmed. Yeah. I really want to see the Superman movie that everybody, including folks here, has said has been positive. I haven't gotten around to getting to the theater. I really want to. It's just been like so much going on. Hopefully this week, if it's still in the theater, I'd love to go see it. Oh, you said your accent got better over time. I didn't think there was anything wrong with your accent. I noticed it was a bit like the French pronunciation was stronger, but it felt normal to me. I didn't think it was problematic at all. I just felt like, oh, that cool. That's like the way she talks. But yeah, it sounds a bit different from some of the other videos that I've heard. So hopefully either way, you just feel comfortable with the way that you speak in the videos and you enjoy recording them. I think that's the most important thing. I know that like, I forget his name, Domo3000, I think. He was a Dark Souls 2 YouTuber that was very shy about his voice. I think he has a thick, I want to say Swedish accent, Scandinavian accent, I think. And I guess he was just self-conscious about it for a long time, and so he used AI voices. And then, like, he he came out and used his own voice, and I think the community just breathed a sigh of relief. Like, oh, okay, good, we can actually hear you now. Like nobody that I heard was like, ew, no, go back to the AI stuff. You suck. You know? So just hope you feel good about that. You watching Batman get hit with the fucking Omega beams, and instead of dying, it sends him back in time. God. Yeah, I saw. I think I've mentioned that I'm making a short, partially in response to, well, actually no, not partially, completely in response to one of Sage's videos, but it was about Goku versus Superman, and I guess the Superman scaling gets really crazy, like the DC universe. I didn't realize how crazy it gets, like multi-dimensional, omniversal, people punching through the borders of reality from the comic books into our own world and shit like that. Like, yeah, I would never have expected it. I would have expected it maybe from something like the Marvel universe, because I know it got like some character, was it Galactus, who like eats planets or something like that. But I always felt that, I mean, like, I know Superman himself is like extremely resilient and fast and stuff like that, but I never thought his power would exceed the ability to like destroy entire timelines and break through the nature of reality itself. But I guess that's the case. Non-sarcastically, like, it sounded like that's what it was. So, well, you answered my looming question, Darth Magog. DC scaling is absolutely batshit, pun intended. Well, I guess I know that I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, but there's that character, Mr. Mixis is that right? My old boss used to have an avatar on Steam or whatever that he named after that. I know that, like, there's been reality transcending stuff or dimension transcending stuff for a while, but I didn't realize how insane it got. So yeah, I'm sure that's much to the chagrin of like Marvel fans and power scaling debates and all that. Oh well. One second. I see what's happening. I'm getting some static from my audio interface. 1 second. Anybody hanging there? Okay. Yeah, definitely need to replace the cable. Okay. Superman's fifth dimensional. Oh boy. That's okay as long as people are having fun with it and not getting down each other's throats, or, you know, I'm totally fine. I got like no complaints about it. It's not a universe that I have much investment in. My problems with the Naruto characters being described as speed of light is that I don't think that the arguments are like based on a correct understanding of some of the source material, but more to the point, I think that if they are the speed of light, it just kind of breaks the scaling of the world, and it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't like fit in with what we know about the characters and their limitations. And I think it just comes from this perspective, not for everybody. Like, I know Fod probably disagrees with me on this, and that's okay. But some of the other stuff that I've seen in the community, I think there's this desire to just like try to make sure, so to speak, that Naruto can like measure up to other franchises, whether that be because of a sense of like fan loyalty or for the sake of arguing with other people about it. I'm not sure, but there does seem to be that motivation of being like, well, if Goku is galaxy level, we need to show that Naruto can get up there too. And so they'll be like, excuse me, I'll be like, well, since Kaguya created a dimension and her dimension has a sun and a planet in it, then that is technically a solar system, which means that she's solar system level, which means that Naruto, who gets exponentially stronger than when he fights her, is exponentially stronger than solar system level, which would make him galaxy level as well. And they make arguments like that, and I'm like, did you bother to look at the size of the planet or the size of the sun, or, you know, consider other alternatives, like maybe the dimensions or planets, or if not, like, how much power does Naruto actually use in that fight? Does it actually scale to the TSO that's creating the dimensions in the first place? Blah, 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 right? Like, and then like, well, it's verbatim stated that he's already galactic, so why are we having this conversation, right? It just kind of makes it difficult to proceed with the conversation. And the motivation is like, to me, if the motivation was, let's genuinely try to understand this as best we can, then we would start with, like, I don't know, trying to calc the size of the planet that they make the Chibaku Tensei 2.0 off of. You know, like looking at the size of the crater and stuff like that, and maybe getting a sense using that as a frame of reference, or looking at something like, can we at least look at Toneri's artificial sun, and can we rule out the possibility that Kaguya is using an artificial sun, or just like try to get a sense of like how big our solar system is. If we assume that it's an entire solar system, compare the actual size of our solar system to the actual size of a galaxy, and then go from there, right? Like, if you want to support that perspective, there's plenty of stuff you can do within reason to flesh it out, and maybe even get Naruto up to planetary or something like that, maybe. But the way that I see it done doesn't tend to take that approach. It tends to more, like, anecdotally, of course, it's just my experience, but like tends to take a more like, we just have to get him up there as fast as possible so he can fight Goku type thing, right? And I kind of find that annoying, but whatever. Trust me, my dad can beat up your dad. Fans of various franchises trying to make their versus battles closer. Yeah, well, this is why I like the Mr. Narrative keeps asking about like Goku versus Naruto equal stats, and I like that because then what it comes down to is like fighting style combat and things like that. I think if you equalize all the stats, it actually gets kind of tricky to have a debate to a certain extent. So like, I would say maybe give Naruto an edge in stamina over Goku, but give Goku like better reflexes or something. I don't know, like maybe inject a little bit of asymmetry to make things more interesting. But either way, like maybe saying something like equal AP, so that, and equal durability, so that neither of them are just blitzing, and equal base stats or something like that. Like, so they're overall in the same tier, and then see what they do with that. That can be a lot of fun. I think that actually makes it more meaningful, more interesting than just having one character completely eradicate the other before the fight even starts. Like, why is that cool? There's no tension, there's no drama, there's no back and forth, right? Imagine if anime creators or whatever actually wrote fights like that consistently throughout their manga. We would get fucking bored immediately, right? So I mean, granted, sometimes it can be fun to see that happen, like Itachi blitzing Orochimaru. Like, that was pretty cool. If you want to consider that a blitz with the genjutsu, that's a fun moment. Having moments like that can hype up a character or can demonstrate just how awesome they are, can be a really great setup for a later conflict. But if it's consistently the way that fights are resolved between like main characters that you have an investment in, then it just kind of like cheapens things over time, right? So, yeah. Fod says, yeah, upon research, I think Naruto Earth is Earth size. Oh, cool. I would be very curious to hear more about the research if you'd like to share. What new discoveries did you make? Darth Magog says speed and destructive force. Yeah, there you say you say what I was trying to say succinctly. You have a good ability to do that. I appreciate that. Darth Magog says, yeah, I can see Naruto having a stamina edge versus Goku having a range edge. Oh yeah, that's a good point, right? Like, he'd be able to zone him out, I think, with a lot of his abilities. I mean, like, the Rasen Shuriken you would think would be highly effective, but I mean, Goku has existed around the Kienzan forever, so he probably knows how to avoid that, maybe. Although the expanding part of it might catch him off guard. I guess an interesting question would be, would stuff like the tiny swords like cut off Goku's ability to use his ki or something like that? Those things I think are more interesting to me, like, just personally. Yeah, it's cool to try to evaluate which one of them can hit harder or move faster, but I'm really interested to hear what people have to say about, like, does a Kamehameha clashing up against Sasuke's fireball, do they basically just like clash in the same way that two energy blasts or two Kamehameha would clash, or does the ki blast have an inherent advantage, or vice versa? Would Goku be susceptible to a genjutsu, like I guess I'm doing Itachi versus Goku instead, but like something like that. But yeah, with Naruto having a stamina edge, I mean, obviously Goku is no slouch in that regard, but yeah, with the like regeneration, I don't think Goku has like a wound regeneration or anything like that, like Naruto does. Especially if he busts out like KCM 2, so, or even KCM 1. I wonder if there's an argument that, like, since the Tsukuyomi is basically like a nightmare realm, and Goku, especially as a kid, gets subjected to stuff like whatever that beam is from the Devilman type character, um, in Baba's Gauntlet. um, Maybe like because of the purity of his heart or something like that, he would just like Itachi would try to torture him with nightmares and terrible dark feelings, whatever, and he'd just be kind of hanging out and totally immune to it, just like generate positive dreams. Um, Sukuyome, yeah. um, that will continue to haunt me. Oh, it's called the Devil Might Ray. Nice. Yep. Yeah, I still find a lot of early Dragon Ball to be quite endearing. Obviously, there's some stuff that doesn't age very well, but that being said, you know, it's still got a lot of charm and a lot of heart to it. Um, Darth Mako says, honestly, I think the best fights are scenario swaps. Like, can you imagine if Ashoka, or is it Ahsoka, Anakin, and Obi-Wan replaced Team 7 on the Kazekage rescue arc? Yeah, that's a really interesting idea, actually. Um, I don't know enough about those characters to be able to comment on it further. I'm just trying to think. I know that, like, Anakin, if you're talking about, like, before he becomes Darth Vader, um, probably, I know, like, Darth Vader, apparently in the extended universe, or in the novels and stuff, has, like, some pretty crazy feats. I think we've talked about previously. Um, but yeah, it would be really interesting to see somebody elaborate on that. I actually, one of Sage of Thick Calves' videos that I saw was his um, Team Avatar versus Pain video, and like the Six Paths of Pain. And I was actually really curious to hear the arguments there. I think that would be a really interesting fight, similar to the one that you've described, Darth Magog. But I found that there was like some kind of weird concessions and arguments in that video that I didn't really like at first. Um, Namely, that like he started off by saying that since Toph, okay, so like he made this claim and then I bought the comic and I'm like, yeah, that's not what happened. I was pretty disappointed. But he said like basically Toph and it's in the Promise, I think. It's either the Promise or the Rift, like one of the first two comics. Toph and Sokka are trying to get close to an array of like tanks that like Fire Nation tanks or something like that. And she has this idea that if she gets close enough to them, she can loosen the bolts, like the little metal bolts in the wheels of the tanks and the treads of the tanks, so that later she can then pull them all out and disable them without them being able to attack the enemy. Right? It's like there's a clash between Earth and Fire Nation people, if I remember correctly. And so she asks Sokka, like, or Sokka says, can you see them, like, quote unquote, like, can you or like how far away from the tanks do you need to be? Sorry, how close to the tanks do you need to be able to loosen the bolts and to pull this off? And what she says is, as long as you can see them, I can loosen them. And she's specifically referring to the bolts, right? So the idea is that as long as they are within range of Sokka being able to look at the tanks and see the bolts on the tanks, then, excuse me, then Toph should be able to like make contact with her metal bending sensing or whatever, and then loosen the bolts. And what they then do is that they wind up like they're inside another Fire Nation tank, and they wind up like driving up close to the different tanks and like one by one, slowly loosening all the bolts within them. Right. So it's very, very clear, very clear that what she's saying is, yeah, if you can clearly make out a bolt within visual range, which might be something like, I don't know, 50 meters, 100 meters, then I can sense it and I can pull it out. So we need to drive up close to the tanks in order to be able to do this. And Sage's perspective was that what she meant was clearly that she could bend any metal that was in any visual range of a human being. So, like, as long as you could see something, if you're like standing on a flat ground, you're just looking around you and there's like no obstructions, as long as you can see something within that range, then Toph could bend it. And he put it at like 3 or 4 miles or something like that. So he was basically like, yeah, Toph could just metal bend all the rods out of the out of the paths of pain, and just like win that way. But let's pretend that doesn't happen and then move on. I'm like, why would you even say that? Why are you gonna just like take this out of context and totally misrepresent it? Especially if you're just gonna throw it away a minute later, then just don't even bring it up at all. It's not how it works, right? Um, and that's not to pick on Sage, although I'm happy to do so. But not to pick on Sage. But like this goes back to our conversation about the like Naruto planetary scaling. It's like, guys, there is really interesting shit here, and it's not that hard to understand. There's no reason that I can see to just take the shit out of context and totally skew it and warp it and misrepresent it. We can still have fun and still like come up with interesting arguments without just like again like misrepresenting it. Like I just don't understand what the fucking point is. You don't need it for your arguments anyway. So why even do it? You go it takes more effort to come up with some bullshit like distortion of the facts than it is to just say what happens in the comic. It's also not hard to fact check. Like the shit cost me like $10 and took like maybe 3 hours to read through. So it's just not hard to figure out that it's wrong either. I don't get it. I literally don't understand what positivity could possibly come from that. Anyway, catching up on chat a little bit. Fod says, "Do you think Toneri is over Kaguya because I think it's narratively implied that Toneri is like a lesser Hamura?" I think that it's probably asymmetrical. I think that the Kaguya that has access to the stuff like the ETSO, that fights Naruto and all of them. I think that in a one-on-one like clash with Toneri, I don't think Toneri really stands a chance. Just based on what we see him do, he definitely has like great destructive capability in the form of the golden wheel explosion or reincarnation explosion. That's definitely a powerful ability. If he has the ability to like draw from the power of the Tenseigan, either like the big ball one or like his true Tenseigan implants, whatever you want to call those, either of those two things obviously give him a large amount of power. With his golem, he's able to take on Naruto, who I don't know for sure if he has like say just the six paths abilities like he did in that fight. Like I don't think he can fly. He doesn't have the chakra rod, whatever you call those, like black rods that can slice through things and turn into Gudodama and stuff like that. I don't think he has access to that, so he's not as strong as he's not peak as far as I know when he's fighting Toneri. But like he and Kurama managed to go toe to toe against Toneri and his golem, so that's something, right? Like he's not an idiot. He's not an asshole. Well, he's actually probably both of those things. He's not incompetent in terms of his overall combat skills. Like he's very very strong. But how is he dealing with like Amino Minaka? How is he dealing with an ETSO getting thrown in his face? How is he dealing with the Yomotsu Hirasaka like Ashbone Rod ambushes and stuff like that? Granted, it's worth considering how whatchamacallit, Black Zetsu is providing a lot of tactical information to Kaguya in their fight. And like, is he gonna be there to help her out? But either way, like, I don't know. Like, does he have portal jutsu? Like, if I know this is a lame cop out answer, but if Kaguya decides to like battlefield removal him and just dumps him in like the ice dimension, can he get out? Can he come back to Earth? I don't know. I think it would kind of take me a bit of effort to actually prove that Toneri could kill Kaguya. I think it would be much easier to prove that Kaguya could kill him. Yeah, that's how I feel about it at the moment. Of course, if there are any counter arguments, I'd be very curious. I haven't done a super deep dive. I know what people will say. Isn't there some sort of argument about like how Toneri is said to be the strongest enemy that Naruto has ever faced or something like that? But I don't know. I don't know if that actually holds up when you watch the movie. I'll be curious to hear what you think. What's your take on it? Darth Magog says perhaps they'll do a Star Wars Naruto video one of these days. Yeah, I'd really love to see that, honestly. I think they're two very compelling universes, and seeing them kind of collide like that would be really cool. I think it'd be a great opportunity to kind of explain, like to delve into the nature of how the different abilities and like forces, no pun intended, in each universe like work and how they would clash. It's really cool. Let's see. Saria says, Oh, Darth Magog says, I love the Avatar versus Naruto videos that Sage made. That's why I subbed to the channel and joined the Discord. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Yeah, I will say, to say something positive, not to be too much of a downer, I liked the fact that about halfway through that video, if I remember correctly, he switched and stopped scaling for a second and just kind of like told a story, right? He was basically like, this is how I would see the fight going down. And he was like, Toph would try to use her earth bending, but then the I don't know, the Asura path would come in and blast it away with missiles, to which, you know, Sokka would try to throw his boomerang at it to disable it, but then the um Preda path, not the Preda path, whatever, you know, like going through blow by blow and just trying to paint a picture. And honestly, it felt to me like he was having more fun with that, and I was having more fun with it as well, personally. Um, I don't know if anything that he said like really works in terms of scaling. Like, I'm sure somebody could debate it and pick it apart or whatever, but I like kind of stopped caring about that as I was listening, because I was just like, yeah, dude, this is a cool story. You're telling a story. You're just kind of narrating how things are going, and I haven't heard a lot of that from the community. I guess apart from the Daigo rewrites, I guess. This is really cool. I would also like to hear more like scaling, I guess, but this is a nice kind of change of pace, and it feels like you're just kind of having fun with it and being chill. That's cool. I didn't like some of the arguments that were used to set up things, and I know that there were some things like he said that Toph would be able to metal bend out the rods, and then later clarified that actually she can't do that because, you know, we don't know. Wait, yeah. Okay, so on the other hand, because I can't be positive for too long, there's like, I think he said we can assume that the chakra rods are made of metal because of their metal appearance or something to that effect. And I'm like, no, I don't. I don't like that. Like, if you're just saying for the purpose of this like headcanon fight that I am now kind of fanficking, I am going to now assume, me myself personally, that the chakra rods are made out of metal to make the hypothetical fight interesting, then yeah, that's fine. I got no problem with that. Actually, that actually makes the setup more interesting because it gives Toph more shit to do, and Payne something to work with. I just didn't like how it was presented. It sounded more to me like we as a community can just go ahead and assume that they're made of metal because they look like metal. I'm like, nah, I don't think so. I think there's more ambiguity to it than that, you know? So really what it comes down to is not even a problem that I have with his video or his approach. It's just the framing, you know? It's just the verbiage that's being used to set everything up. But anyway, yeah, I gotta say at least, like, points for, like, genuinely, this is not meant to be a backhanded compliment, you know, points for creativity and for having fun with the shit. Um, Catching up on chat some more. You hate abstract scaling. um, I don't mind bringing up outliers, but they should be mentioned as outliers and shouldn't be used in a regular writing. I'm not sure I know what you mean by abstract scaling. Would you be willing to elaborate on that a little bit? Just I want to make sure I understand where you're coming from. Um, oh, sorry, I said I meant to ask you what you think of the Darth Vader can destroy stars is universal because he thought and he fought and overpowered the ones. Interesting. Um, oh, I think I kind of understand maybe what you're going for, but feel free to elaborate if you like. Let's see. I thought it was nonsense. I just need to ask somebody who knows Star Wars because I'm more of a Trekkie. Yeah, Trekkies represent. I don't know enough about either universe to claim either title, but I do like a lot of the Next Generation stuff. People tend to stretch the feats. It's really religious power scaling that I don't subscribe to. Yeah, I see this quite a bit. Sorry, says I thought. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, Toneri. I don't know. Toneri is definitely a really interesting character. I like him as a character overall, but I don't think he kind of gets up there to Kaguya's level. Fod says, I mean, people use the strongest enemy statement. Yeah, I do see it quite a bit. I think I first encountered it in a Noodles video, but I think, no shade to TG or anything, but I think I might have seen it in one of his videos, and I definitely seen it elsewhere. It's just like, it's one of those things that got stuck. I don't really blame anybody for not knowing where it comes from, because this is the problem, right? Is that like, I'm sure some well-meaning individual on a forum somewhere found this scan or found this piece of promotional material and shared it for the sake of being fun and starting like sharing the information freely in the community. And then somebody like Noodles probably came along and was like, aha, I got it, I got a quote, I got a sound bite, I got like a quote that I can mine for one of my videos, and then just like posted it out of context. He used that in one of his like the multiversal video, I think, and did not fucking link to it. I might be wrong about that, but he has a tendency to do that anyway. So what I remember is that he did not explain like where that source came from or why we should take it seriously. He just said, as shown in this piece of promotional material or something like that, right? But why should we care? Like, why is this a credible source, etc.? How does this actually fit in? That was not elaborated on. So yeah, I wouldn't say like you can't use it, but my experience is if you put it into context, it just doesn't really line up, and so I'm not a fan of it personally. It's on a Blu-ray cover for promotional purposes, obviously, yeah. And I mean, like, to be fair, if you consider the existential threat that Toneri is providing, it's arguably worse than Kaguya, because Kaguya wants to drain everybody's chakra, and she wants to turn them into white Zetsu, but then she wants to continue, I think, living on the Earth, and so she doesn't want to destroy it all. So she'll be, harvesting humanity and converting them and enslaving them, which sucks. And also, what Toneri wants to do is destroy the whole planet, right? Like, he's crashing the moon into Earth, which will just destroy the entire Earth, including all other forms of life and the planet itself. So, yeah, that is a stronger threat than Kaguya, if in a certain light, in a certain interpretation. But the problem is when people just try to apply that statement out of context to power scaling, and they're like, well, this must mean that Toneri has like more AP and moves faster than Kaguya. And like, no, you have to actually show that. But he's moving the moon. Like, here's his feat of him moving the moon. He is manipulating the Tensegon, like the big giant Tensegon sphere inside the moon, and then that's moving the moon forward. So like, can Captain Picard move at warp 8 because he or whoever works in the engineering room or presses the button to actually make the Enterprise accelerate, right? Like, can that individual move himself as an individual at warp 8, or is it that he activates the warp drive and then that causes them to move at that speed, right? So it's like, where is the real power coming from? That's kind of how I view the Toneri thing. And then, like, when he tries to fuse with the Tensegon at the end, like the big ball one, I'm not sure if he could maintain that sort of weird, gross eyeball state for very long. What we do see, though, is that the moment it starts absorbing light from the sun, he just completely loses track of it. It would have gone rampant, right? He's not, if Naruto hadn't saved him. So, like, he's not clearly capable of harnessing that power and using it stably. So, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Everyone is always the strongest opponent heroes ever face. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like saying, that if you lose something and you search all over for it, it's always in the last place that you look. Because, yeah, well, that's where you find it. Obviously, it's going to be there. I mean, I know what the expression means also, but yeah. Obviously, there needs to be an escalation of power for the hero to have stronger people to fight. You wouldn't go, like, past Kaguya and then have, like, the next big bad be, for Naruto to fight, be, like, a Zabuza level opponent, or, like, the Demon Brothers or something, right? Like, probably not. Unless it's a political threat, I guess. Darth Magog says, yes, I agree, the scaling might have been off, but as far as scales go, Sage is a pretty solid writer. I missed that about him. Taigo, not so much, IMO. Yeah, I would prefer to see more, I mean, like, the Kakashi Jutsu video, there's a couple that he just made, like, there's a couple of things in there that I found really annoying, and then I want to talk about at a certain point. But overall, it kind of felt like, he really just likes Kakashi, and he wanted to do a deep dive in that character, and he brought up a lot of things that I hadn't thought of, and he was pretty thorough, and it just felt like he was, like, celebrating this character by doing a deep dive into his abilities. That's awesome. I wish we see more of that. We're gonna get to the problem with it. It's not something that really breaks the video or anything. It's not even hardly even relevant to the video overall, but it's just one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah. I see. This just kind of confirms. Maybe I'll wait till Mr. Strangle's back because he'll know what I'm talking about. But yeah, we'll chat about that, I'm sure, during the light speed streams if we haven't already. John said, Magog says, regarding abstract scaling, I mean non-quantifiable stuff, like, oh, the outer-versal nonsense, something you can't really calculate. Yeah, I think, I'm definitely not like an expert on it or anything, but one of the issues that I see potentially is a character is able to break free of the bounds of their universe and go into another universe, and then the interpretation is that that means that that character has the ability to output attacks that can destroy his own previous universe. There's just an assumption that like being able to go through a portal or even like break through the bounds of realities means that you are stronger than the preceding reality, which is really weird to me. Especially since that's not usually accompanied by an examination of how the transdimensional ability works. Like if an alien came along and touched my brain or something, and all of a sudden I was able to see and travel to the seventh dimension, would that make me planetary? Would that make me galaxy level? No, I don't think so, right? It would just mean that I now have an enhanced perception and also can move in ways that I couldn't before. Um, but semantically, you could phrase that as I am now superior to a three-dimensional space. And it's like, yeah, kinda. Okay, well that means I'm stronger than a three-dimensional space. I'm like, okay, what am I gonna say to that? I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but yeah, I've seen some of that, and I'm just like, okay, sure, fine. Saria says, Darth Magog, you mean you don't like when Daigo talks in a very sexual way about Sarada and other children in the Naruto universe because he doesn't like Boruto? Does he really do that? Ugh, that's gross. Um, I mean, yeah, some people seem to have like a kind of a grudge against Naruto female characters. That's really weird. I'm surprised to hear that coming from Daigo, but maybe I shouldn't say that because I don't really know a lot of his stuff. I just seen a couple of his videos, like on Kakashi versus Pain. I do remember I tried to go back and watch that fucking video by Plague of Gripes on like Naruto, the self-made hypocrite or whatever it was called. After Sage came out with his video that was essentially debunking that, among other things. It wasn't just a debunk, I guess, but like it was addressing some of those issues or problems. And I got like 10 minutes in, and he was already like Plague of Gripes was already making like really gross commentary about like Hinata like consistently multiple times, just like really nasty shit. And like I get it, like I was there was a part time in my life when I was into just the sort of humor where it's like just say whatever gets the most provocative reaction, and the larger of a reaction you get, the funnier you are, clearly, right? Like, because the point of comedy is just like rile people up. It's just to get people having an extreme reaction, and if they're laughing, that means they get it and they're cool, and if they don't, that means they're stupid and they're squares and like they don't listen to them anyway, right? The joke's on them. Like, I get it, sure. Sometimes that kind of comedy can be productive, but I mean, you're just like you're saying like really gross things about like a 12-year-old, and I'm not gonna just listen to this shit. I wasn't able to make it through the video, honestly. So good to know that we got another one. Fadi Ismail says, this one we can safely assume isn't accurate because Kaguya supersedes her children, and Tonari is basically just a revamp. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, if you assume that she would be stronger than her progeny, then yeah, I think it's worth considering the possibility that Naruto has this consistent theme of like subsequent generations getting stronger than the previous ones. But I mean, Naruto and Sasuke are kind of descendants of hers as well. But she had them dead to rights multiple times. Like, obviously they win in the end, but it's very, very close. Let alone on one-on-one, let alone with like Tonari. And I definitely see where you're coming from. I'm just trying to like play devil's advocate, I guess. Kaguya is over 10 Tails Jinchuriki Hagoromo over Tonari. Maybe. I think I see where you're coming from there. Fud says, also it's kind of obvious he's not on her level considering the portrayal Momoshiki and the other Otsutsuki receive. Oh yeah, that's true. He refers to them as the gods, yeah. I think, doesn't like Urashiki show up And then Tonari's kind of pissed, and he's like, "Welcome, celestial being. I had expected your arrival." And then Ura is like, "Oh, celestial being, how formal of you. I didn't realize this was going to be such a formal affair." Something like that. Oh, I'm gonna grab a bite. Take like a 30-second snack break, and then we can start with the geography topic. Thank you. Thank you for the conversation, by the way, and the questions. I really love it. By the way, I forget if people here are Metroid fans, but a friend of mine is working on, or has concluded work on, Metroid Prime 4, and I gotta give a shout out for that game. Everything I've seen and heard, it looks awesome. I don't know when it's coming out, sometime later this year, but yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that. Looks like it's gonna be really, really good. I actually just started playing Silk Song. I was pretty skeptical at first, but I have to admit, it's like, I respect it in primarily because it doesn't really explain anything to you. And it feels like going back to Dark Souls 1 for the first time, and to be able to pull that off in a post, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro society or timeline, whatever, is kind of impressive. Obviously, it like teaches you some things. You're not completely at sea, but at the same time, it's like a lot of it is just kind of like, we're just gonna put these things here and see what you do with them, and you'll eventually figure it out. And if you don't, you can come back later. And the design feels very organic. Funny enough, there's a certain vaguely dog-like character that you can interact with. No spoilers, but it's basically like an NPC that you can interact with, but they didn't let you they don't have you like a sorry they didn't give you like a pet the dog button. And so there's a bunch of people on Steam. If you go look at the Steam reviews and you filter by negative, you'll see a bunch of people being like, "This is a great game, but you didn't let me pet the dog. This negative review will stand here until you let me pet the dog." They're so in love with this character that they're like, "I will not acknowledge this game as being good unless you let me pet him. You will not deny my like bug dog affection," which I think is really cute. Um, there is no Metroid Prime 4 and Bussy say no, but like he said, work is done on it. So I think it is coming out soon. I can't I don't think he can even say like what the specific release date is. Right, we gotta wait for Nintendo to announce it, but it's soon, and I'm very excited about it. I don't have a Switch. I might get one literally just to play that game. And and then other ones that we've talked about, like certain Zelda titles. But anyway, Fod asks if Bloodborne is the pinnacle of the Souls game. I think that there's a very strong case that it is. Overall, I think Sekiro has like the better combat system. Overall, for your average player, especially somebody who's new to Dark Souls games in general, or like the From Software games in general, Elden Ring is kind of hard to beat in terms of a package. Like if you're paying $60 for any of the games, you're getting more value out of Elden Ring just in terms of like scope and scale and flexibility and replayability and versatility. So like as a complete package, I think Elden Ring is probably better in that sense. But Bloodborne is very unique amongst the gaming landscape, let alone amongst like From Software titles. It is extremely satisfying to play. The world building and design is incredibly like thick and dripping with atmosphere. The systems implementation, the environmental storytelling, the music, every part of the game feels like masterfully crafted, like with a paintbrush, for lack of a better phrase. It's just such an incredible game. Undoubtedly a masterpiece. I think it's fair to say that Elden Ring is a masterpiece in its own right. Sekiro is a masterpiece in its own right. Something about Bloodborne, though, in terms of the overall artistry of the game, I think stands out even further because it's clear that it was like a very deep dive into one particular world and aesthetic, and they really went crazy with bringing that to life. They went very, very deep on that title, whereas in some of the other ones they went broader. Now that being said, you do spend like a third of the game basically in one biome, right? In like Yarnum, you're in Yarnum, you're in like old Yarnum, you're coming back to Yarnum. Um, the woods and the Witch of Hemwick area are a bit different, obviously, and like there's other you know, the Nightmare Frontier and stuff. There are other areas that are different and more nightmarish, but there is a very clear palette and tile set, and like aesthetic that gets established early on, and it really doesn't change all that much compared to something like Elden Ring, where you're going to like these underground places and lakes filled with rot and like these magical like Harry Potter wizard wizard academies, and then like I mean obviously like Raya Lucaria and fucking the Leyndell, the capital, and the mountaintops of the giants, and like the Noxtella, they are completely different. Like they are vastly aesthetically different. Bloodborne, everything is like kind of the same, and then there's a couple little tangents here and there, so again, it's like depth versus breadth. But yeah, I think if you told me that you thought the Bloodborne is the peak of the Souls genre, I wouldn't say no. I would say that there are other arguments as well, but I would probably be like, yeah, like just yeah, it's so fucking good. But it's kind of like saying, I don't know, if you asked me to tell you which is a better game, like Dark Souls or Ocarina of Time, I just like my response would be, why must you torture me so? Like, why do you put me in these situations? Right? It's like they're both incredibly influential, beautiful, wonderful titles. They're very different. If you asked me, like, recommend one of these, like I can only play one, tell me which one I should play, and I knew like what kind of games you were into, then I could give you a better answer, because then I'd be like, okay, we can talk about like your preferences and whatnot. But they're both incredible games. What I think I asked you before, I'm sorry if I'm making you repeat yourself, what would you say is the pinnacle of the Souls genre? Have you played all the games? Obviously, like, I'm assuming most people haven't played like Kingsfield and shit like that, which I have not either. I do really want to do a series of streams at some point where I like. So I'm a huge fan of like Link's Awakening. I played the shit out of that game when I was a little kid. That was one of the games that I like first tried to speedrun. Like not in the way that like HGDQ people speedrun shit, but like I would just replay the first couple levels and see how fast I could do it and see if I could sequence break and stuff like that. I was obsessed with that game as a kid. And then Oracle of Ages and Seasons as well. Those were super fun. But I would love to do a thing where I like have a 4-hour stream blocked, and the first 2 hours I play like the original game for 2 hours, and then the second 2 hours I play the remake, and then kind of just do like a quick compare and contrast. I'd like the first one to be like Latria and Demon Souls. I'd like to play the remake and then compare it to the original, because there's a lot of it's literally the same thing, but it's also fundamentally like thoroughly different. And I find that really fascinating. I find the idea of like remakes fascinating in and of themselves. I'm actually working on one right now, and hopefully we'll be able to talk about that in a few months. I'm not exactly sure when, but I'm eager to share what that's experience has been like, because it's tough, right? You have an install base of people who are already very passionate about this thing, and then you have this rare privilege and opportunity to work to try to bring that thing up to a new generation and give it more love, so to speak. But every single change you make, you are trampling on somebody else's art, and the only reason you have the privilege of doing that is because somebody else made that art before with more risk. They were taking more risks at the time probably than you were. They probably had fewer resources, like weaker engines, and so it's like sometimes it feels like a lose-lose situation, because even if you make the game perfect, it's like you've only done that by like twisting somebody else's work that they've already done. It's weird. It's a really, really weird sort of art to make. But that's why it's so interesting. But anyway. Okay, so I'm going to do a little intro to the stream. Oh, go ahead, Saria. Saria says, I have a really weird request, not for a video, but in general. Yeah, let me know. I love weird requests. I'm very curious now. I will do the little intro, and then I will respond. So welcome, everybody. Everybody who's already here, thank you so much for the great discussion thus far. It's been really great, and I appreciate all of the feedback. I want to say thank you again for the views and the comments on the previous videos. It's been really amazing, genuinely, to get a chance to connect with you guys about this stuff. So thank you once again. For tonight, we are going to be finishing off, I think this will be the last in our series, a series of videos about the geography in Naruto. This is in part a response to a video by Sage of Thick Calves, in which he attempted to scale the size of the Naruto continent and thereby scale the size of the Naruto planet. And I was not a super big fan of the scaling like yardstick that he came up with, and so my goal with the streams was essentially to provide some, not exactly counter evidence, but more context. I think the quote-unquote mistake being made was to simply use one metric, one thing, one particular scale, and then build arguments off of that scale that wind up not working very well because there was a lack of context used to kind of frame that scale. So to not be too vague about it, one of the core elements of the scaling that Sage was using was saying that, like, well, a horse, Kakashi stated to be able to move faster than a horse. We can assume that a horse can move like 360 miles a day, and Kakashi traveled like for 30 days across this area, and therefore he would have been moving faster than a horse, and therefore, you know, the area that he moved across was something like, I think it was 172,000 miles that he clocked as the distance between Retiku, which is a land or a place region up in the land of Earth, to Konoha. So the yardstick that he came up with was from here to somewhere over here was 172,000, 176,000, something like that, miles. And while I understand the math behind that, I understand like the inclination to start with that framing, my goal was to say, okay, let's go through the series. Let's actually talk about the considerations of how the world is built, what the practical concerns for characters getting across the world actually are, and do we have any other pieces of evidence to help us kind of frame that initial piece of evidence? Because sometimes when you're trying to build a case for something, you will find one piece of evidence that is extremely solid and compelling, and everything checks out, and it seems logical, it seems supported by other evidence, but then when you actually go and put it in context, you're like, oh wait, that doesn't work. Which can be surprising, right? Because you've already done the fact checking, you've already evaluated the data, you already know that it's correct, but it doesn't work when you put it in context. So that, what do? Well, you go look for more information is the answer. You go look for other things that can help you contextualize it and see what theory fits best, what overall model of the whole situation gives you the best explanatory power, gives you the greatest understanding overall. So that's my goal. Hopefully I achieve it by the end of the series. Not to say that, like, okay, Sage's video was stupid or that his math was stupid or anything like that. Not to say that here is my exact precise number for the size of the Naruto universe. I don't think there is one. I don't see how we can get a precise numerical value. But instead to say, these are the tools that I used and the things I thought about when I was trying to figure out how big the goddamn thing is. And here I pass them on to you now. Hopefully you can now use this, and as you're going through the series, you can come up with your own ideas about how big you think the planet is. But also, if we use that initial metric of 172,000 miles, does that actually make sense with what we see in the rest of the series? And if so, why? If not, why not? What can we learn about the way that Kishimoto constructed his world by going through this? In previous streams, we talked a lot about Retiku and the Land of Earth. We talked about the Land of Waves. We talked about some of the tuning exams, stuff like that. And we talked about travel between the Land of Wind and like Suna and Konoha. Today, we're going to be doing a quick recap because I just want to explain, like, for folks who might just be seeing this video, what did we actually establish and what are the different meters and yardsticks that we've managed to come up with. Then I want to use this scaling tool, pixel measurement tool, to see if we can apply some of those yardsticks and find out whether or not our conclusions are actually reasonable. After that, I want to go over Kakashi Retsuden really quick, and then I want to talk about the war arc, because there's some stuff from the war arc in regards to troop deployments and stuff like that that we haven't gone over yet. And then finally, I will talk about some other potential considerations that I don't have scaling for, but are still useful and fun to think about. If we have time as a bonus at the end, I would like to show off this little solar system simulator thing that will let us try to scale the size of the planet and see what happens. We'll have to make a decent pace to get there in time because I have a limited time tonight. But I think we can probably do it, and I will hopefully be able to kind of share that with you. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Okay, let me catch up on chat, and then we can dive right into it. Love me some classic Metroid. Yes, Metroid Prime 1 I think is definitely a masterpiece. From what I remember, it's been a long time since I played it, but I remember having such fond memories with that game. I still haven't played the remake though. Oh, I think I missed some. Oh, I might have repeated that, sorry. It says, now you're speaking my language. Bloodborne and Elden Ring are the best. Yeah, that's a totally fair assessment. Between those two, I think Bloodborne is best by a small but clear margin. I think that's a totally fair response as well. I know, like, a good friend of mine is, he has a strong preference for Demon Souls as being the best in the series. I don't agree personally based on my own sensibilities, but, like, I think the games also just have this really important and powerful ability to connect and resonate with people on an emotional level and develop like a really strong sense of experience, for lack of a better word. And the experience that I have when playing Bloodborne is kind of unique and special to me in all of gaming. Just want to make sure that I pull up something on the side here so that I don't forget. Okay, because I wanted to show off also the scale of something. So give me 1 second. So, yeah. No. Hiroshima. 2. Okay, I can probably just... I'm trying to pull something up that'll be helpful for later. Just give me 1 second. Google, please. Stop advertising to me, please, for 1 second. Okay. And, okay, I think I have it set up. Right, yeah, let me bring this over here. It's going to switch to Google Maps for a second. Yeah, okay. So we'll talk about this in a sec. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, I just saw that message. Okay, so I've been talking to my partner, and it's mostly about Carrie from Stephen King's Carrie, but specifically the 2013 one. And I see so much lesbian in her. Can I message you about it later? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw that you posted some lengthy messages in the general channel. I'm sorry I haven't gotten around to responding to all that in depth yet, or at all. Today I really have been just like when I've been on my computer, I've been trying to prep this for the stream, so sorry that I didn't get to that earlier. But yes, please leave as many messages as you like, either in direct message or in one of the channels. If I don't respond to you, you can nudge me, you can feel free to poke me. I can be a little forgetful, but you have really interesting takes on stuff, so I would genuinely want to hear more. And especially, like, obviously, like, I don't I'm not going to ever have a direct lesbian experience myself, so you know, reading through the Barry Arboins in the Midnight Soil recently, I was curious to hear what your perspective would be, and if you think it was like a good representation of your experiences and all that. And so I'm genuinely curious to learn more. I would actually, I think sooner or later I'm gonna have to start seeking out some bisexual representation, because I feel like after all this time, maybe it's the a proper time for me to like actually start affiliating with my tribe, like, at all. I don't have any bisexual friends or anything. Well, bisexual male friends anyway. Okay. So, with that being said, timestamp 120, this is great. Okay. So, the first part I want to do today is I just want to start by going over the Naruto world map. This is from Detective Evie Debbie, I believe. And I want to go over the key things that I think are important to understand when trying to scale this stuff yourself, or the things that I learned and I hope that I was able to help you guys learn. When scaling the geography or the planet size of a given universe, or anything else really, it's the number one most important thing to do is just put things into context. Rather than simply using a single yardstick or a single measurement, try to use multiple different vectors of measurement, meaning multiple different places of travel, multiple different events in the series, etc., and see how do they all connect. Does one support the next one, or do they contradict each other? And if they contradict each other, does one have a stronger sense of relevance, or one have a stronger sense of harmony with other things that you might come up with as well? And if not, then where does that leave you? So keep in mind that you don't have to just use one scale. Sage, for the most part, like his strongest scaling, so to speak, was based on horse travel. But the scale that he used was like a horse could travel 30 to 40 miles an hour at a galloping speed, and didn't really consider how long a horse could do that for over the course of a day, how long that could be sustained for, and over what terrain. Wasn't really evaluated in depth, unfortunately. There are other scales that we could use. For example, we learn that the Prime Minister of Rediku says that they can travel from Rediku to the border of the land of fire within 6 months on horse cart. Okay, so that's one metric. With Shinobi assistance, it goes down to 2 days, so that's a little bit harder to evaluate, but that's still something we can use. By hawk, a hawk can travel from Rediku to Konoha in 2 days. Okay, so if we think about that, like there are two very useful things that we could look at. Like, how long does it take somebody to cross, or how far do we think somebody could get in a horse cart, like a civilization, or like a small country made up of civilians for the most part? How far do we think that they would get in 6 months? Like, what is the maximum speed that we could think is reasonable for them to travel through this treacherous, rocky, frangible mountain terrain to be able to cover that distance? How far do you think they can get? And what real world metrics can we look at for that? I personally took a look at the amount of time that it would take during like pioneer times for us to get for somebody to get from the east coast to the west coast of the United States. That took about 4 to 6 months, I believe, and depending on like what where you launch from, so to speak. And that took about 4 to 6 months and was about 2,000 miles. So that gives us a ballpark that we could evaluate against the 176,000 miles, etc., etc. I'm not gonna go through all these, but like hawks can fly maybe 1,000 miles a day. We highballed it using 1,000 miles a day. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Hawks can potentially, under some circumstances, maybe get to 1,000 miles a day if they're just flying straight with no rest. It's a bit of a highball, but still, it's possible. Geese can maybe go up to 1,500. So there's another potential scale that we could use. Geese going 3,000 miles, right? So now we have multiple vectors. We have multiple different things to help frame our scaling, and we can compare them to one another and see holy shit, and see how well they support one another. Multiple vectors make better evidence. Yeah, that's basically what I said. Tactical considerations. Something to keep in mind is that, you know, these characters don't just fly as the crow flies, right? Some of them, like Gara, can fly, I suppose, and Onoki can fly. But for the most part, these characters are, yes, in Boruto, characters can fly too. I'm talking about part 1. So, characters cannot usually fly. And so, what routes are they going to take between different places? If they're on a horse, can a horse travel the same way that a shinobi can travel? If not, saying that a shinobi can get from, like, Konoha to Iwa faster than, like, on foot than on a horse, is that referring to the constant, like, travel speed of either the horse or the human? Or is it referring to the fact that, okay, well, maybe the shinobi can take hidden routes, maybe the shinobi can jump over waterfalls or jump over, like, crags and chasms and stuff like that, and, like, go right through cities, whereas a horse might struggle with that? What other technical considerations are there present that determine the overall travel speed of the individual traveling between different places? Human limitations. So something that we found out that I thought was pretty surprising but pretty important is that Naruto characters, even when they are urgently rushing around, like when Naruto is going from, like, Konoha to the Land of Wind, or sorry, from the Land of Wind to the Land of Rivers to track down the Akatsuki with a very short time limit, they still take time to set up camp, to light a fire, to put out their bedroll and take a nap and eat, right? Like, I don't know, maybe post Shippuden Kakashi, like new era Kakashi, is able to run for 30 days straight without ever sleeping or peeing or eating. But the precedent that we have seen established earlier on in the series is that, yes, these are superhuman to an extent, but they're still human. They still have human needs and human limitations, like they need to eat and they get cognitively fatigued and stuff like that. So yeah, they do need time to slow down. You can't just assume a straight constant vector if it's been established that the characters take time to rest. And then finally, narrative implications. I think I basically covered that with this, except there's one thing in particular to keep in mind. So I think we went over this last time. There is a sequence in which characters travel from Konoha to the Tenchi Bridge, which this map puts over here in the middle of the Hidden Grass Village. It takes them 5 days to do that. This is, of course, Yamato's crew, which has Sai, Sakura, and Naruto, and they're traveling from the Hidden Leaf Village over here. They have to be there in a specific time frame because they're meeting up with Sasori, or with Kabuto, and they're what's his name? Tenzo is pretending to be Sasori. So they have to get there in 5 days, and they stay overnight at a hotel. And we see Sakura waking up and yawning. They stay again overnight, and at this pop-up cabin or whatever it is that Yamato makes. And then they're also seen walking along the road slowly, and they're also seen taking time specifically to train. So despite the fact that they are very explicitly not like rushing there, that they're taking their time, that they're taking breaks and stuff, they still get here within 5 days. So how does that help us calibrate our pace overall? Well, does that actually make sense when we put it in context with this 176,000? I don't think so. I think that means that the distance between these two locations must be very much shorter, and or must be a direct route that they're taking, right? So no like treacherous terrain in order for that to be feasible. Other things to consider, right? There are other factors that are worth considering when calibrating our measuring sticks. A lot of these we're not going to actually get precise numbers for. And the temptation, I think, is to say, well, since we don't have any precise numbers, then we can't prove anything. Since we can't prove anything, then none of this matters. I disagree with that approach, because at the end of the day, what we're doing here is literary analysis. Like it or not, like I know some people think that this is lame or whatever, but whether you're doing calcing, whether you're doing scaling, whether you're doing just narrative analysis, we are interpreting art. This is all art interpretation, right? And so we're trying to use a variety of different tools to help us better understand the art. Sometimes we're not going to get precise numbers, and we're not going to get precise calcs. So we have to try to build our theories on other things that we can use to try to paint that picture. And I would encourage anybody listening to this not like, if you come up against something that is a little bit more abstract, not in the terms of like universe transcending or whatever, but just abstract in the sense that it's not like this concrete fact that you can just chisel away at, so to speak. That's still okay. It can still be very useful. It can still help you understand things by giving you an approximation. It shouldn't be this binary, like either you understand it precisely and perfectly or you don't understand it at all. Shouldn't be this false dichotomy. You should try to develop as good of an understanding as you can based on the best tools you have available. So, for example, we talked about travel back and forth between the Land of Waves. Remember that Tazuna, an older gentleman with a potential day drinking habit, travels with Naruto to the Land of Waves, and with Kakashi and Sakura and Sasuke as well. Now, we don't know how far away is the Land of Waves, right? We're not sure about that. However, we can try to take a guess as to what we think is reasonable in terms of the amount of time it takes them to travel between these places. Do we think it's reasonable that they took a year? Probably not, right? Do we think 6 months? What about 1 month? What about a week? What about a day? Well, it's not clear, but if we start trying to plug in some numbers and see what feels right, we can start to narrow down and see what we think is more reasonable with the model overall. So if you read through the chapters, like we went over this last week, you could make an argument that it happens in a day, because we don't even see a full day elapse, and we don't see them stop to camp or anything like that. Now, don't want to run the risk of making an argument from ignorance, so you could take an argument like this, for example. You can say, well, we don't know if it's only 1 day, but it doesn't really make sense that it would be maybe more than a week or two because of everything that's going on the bridge. We know that Gato's men are mobilizing. We know that Zabuza is on the move and he's on the hunt. And so it doesn't really make sense that it would take that long with all these moving pieces. So if we use the metric of about a week, well, where does that take us? How far does that mean that they can walk? Is this old man walking 50 miles a day? Is he walking 20 miles a day? Is he walking 10 miles a day, et cetera, right? You can start to get a cognitive framework of how reasonable the distance seems to you. Keeping in mind also that after the pain fight, as we talked about before, characters from the Land of Waves go back up to Konoha. or they go to Konoha with a bunch of building supplies and equipment. So how long do you think that would take? How long do you think has passed since the pain destroyed the village, and then they found out about it, and then they mustered their supplies and everything, and got everything together? You'll never know for sure. As far as I know, there's no way to know exactly how many days. But again, does it really make sense that it would be a month? Probably not. Maybe a day, and that seems too fast. What about a week? What happens if we plug in a week and see if this fits? And that's the sort of thing I tried to encourage in the past, and that's what I would like to encourage anybody watching this to do. Not to necessarily just accept any number at face value, but just to keep all those things in mind when you're trying to frame this stuff. There's also, of course, the idea that in Boruto we have characters traveling from the land of snow to Konoha, and we're told that it takes 3 to 4 days to travel by train. Now, this is a weird one because I couldn't actually find any reliable information on where the land of snow is. I know we talked about this last time. I think it was either Dr. Strangle or Fad who suggested that it was somewhere up here, or maybe that it was in here. I think it might make sense that it's like here, because we know that this is like the land of iron, right? This is where snow happens. There's also the land of frost over here, but I've heard people say that it's way up here. I've heard some people say that it's way down here. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. But if so, let's say that the hidden village associated with the land of snow is up here. If that's the case, then okay, we looked at the train. We looked at what kind of train it is. We can see that some of the even like much faster trains can travel this far, this fast. This gives us, I meant to say miles here. This gives us like a highball estimate of how far the trains are moving, and then we can use that as another yardstick and put that all together. What I found in doing all this is that personally, I don't see how the 176,000 thing could ever possibly work, because it doesn't fit in with the other context that we provided. It doesn't fit in with the other information that we use for context. Even stuff like this, Konoha to Suna, and then going to the Akatsuki hideout from Suna, doesn't really make sense if you apply that to that scale. What do I mean by that? Well, I found this tool. I'm sure like people who are skilled at calcing have similar, maybe even better tools. I found this tool called Photo Measure, and basically what it lets us do is it lets us establish a yardstick and then calibrate other things to that yardstick. So let's say that Redaku is up here. It might be more somewhere up here. It might be a little further away, right? But let's say that, let's pretend it's up here. So if it's up here, the distance between here and Konoha, what would that be? Well, let's say that it's 25,000 miles. Where am I getting that? Or 2,500 miles. Where am I getting that figure? Well, I'm getting that figure because we hear that the hawk can fly from Redaku to Konoha in 2 days. We highballed the value of hawk flight at being 3,000 miles over 2 days. So the total distance between Redaku and the Land of Fire would be 3,000 miles as this estimate using the bird math. And given that it's up here, that would mean that this is only a portion of the distance, so this would be about 2,500 miles, right? It's all an estimate based on the best information that we have, but we can use that as a measuring stick. So if I hit enter, and now I start to draw other lines. Let's see, how far is it to get to the Teochi Bridge? Right. So the Tenchi Bridge, sorry. Teochi Bridge would be the Ramengai Bridge. Okay, so if this is 25,000 miles, that would mean that the bridge over here is almost 1,000 miles. So let's think about that. Does that actually make sense? Well, if Naruto characters are traveling in such a manner that they are stopping to eat and they are sleeping overnight in various places and they're taking days off to train and stuff like that, does it make sense that they would cover the rest of that 971 miles over the rest of the remaining time? Well, it could be that they're fast. Maybe they're not that fast. Who knows, right? Let's see what other figures do we have. Well, let's take a look from Konoha to the Land of Waves. So let's just assume that Land of Waves might be down here. It might be over here, actually. I actually think there's a stronger case for the Land of Waves being over here than over here. But for now, let's just use the shortest distance because that would make the position stronger, right? So let's go down here. And let's say that once they get to the coast, it's like a negligible distance via bridge or via boat to the Land of Waves. Okay, so the shortest distance to the coast is 607 miles. So, keeping in mind what we talked about before, they are traveling. So Tazuna, first of all, had to travel from the Land of Waves to Konoha in the first place to put in a request for help. And now he is traveling with his escort back to the Land of Waves. Do you think it's possible for them, if we say a week, do you think it's possible for them to travel a week with this man in 607 miles in a week? Do we think that that's reasonable, or do you think that seems too much? And if it's too much, then what does that mean? Does it mean that it took them 2 weeks, or does it mean that maybe they didn't travel as far? Which one of those things seems more reasonable to you to help your interpretation? To me, this is seeming a little bit too much. Especially, like, I say this with a big asterisk. Don't actually do this if you don't think you can do it safely. But if you are curious, whoever you are, as long as you are physically capable of doing this safely, take some time on a given weekend, whatever, when you don't have a whole lot going on, when you want to have a nice time outside, and try to walk for 30 miles. And then get up the next day and then try and do that again and see how that feels. What you will probably find, unless you're an athlete or you are trained in marathons or whatever else, is that you will be very fucking sore the next day, and it will take you a really, really long time to cover that amount of distance. Again, if you're in great shape, then congratulations, you could probably do it. But, you know, a marathon is something like 24 miles, right? People train really hard to be able to pull that off. So I think you will find it to be a significant challenge, keeping in mind that these characters, like Tazuna, is not going to be walking all day long, right? He's going to need to stop and eat. He's going to need to go to rest and stuff like that. So does this really seem feasible for that kind of troop to be able to sustain in a week, even 2 weeks? I don't think so. I think walking 20 miles a day for a man like that seems to me to be a bit much. Now, you could counter that by saying, well, maybe Kishimoto had thought of this area as being relatively small in the first arc of the story, and later on he expanded it. So maybe we shouldn't take it too seriously. And you know what? I would actually say that's totally fine. From a certain perspective, you could just say that he retconned the size of the world until later on, and that's okay. That would make a certain amount of sense. Because that's the other thing. None of this is set in stone. None of this has to be perfectly drawn to scale. This could all be like weird warped proportions shown for evidence, not evidence, what do you call it? Effectiveness? Or emphasis. Shown for emphasis type thing. So it doesn't need to be precise. It doesn't need to be like 100% accurate. It's just a matter of like trying to help you internally get your own scale together. Let's do a little bit more of this, just a little bit more. How far away would it be for the Land of Fire, from the Land of Fire to the Land of Wind? Well, by this scale, it would be 1,000 miles. So this would mean that if this is the case, that the Konoha Genin were traveling 300-ish miles a day, and that might actually work, right? Like, that's something that I actually don't have that much of a problem with, to be honest. Especially if they're using like speed boosts and resting and taking soldier pills or whatever else, right? They could potentially do that. We don't always see them sprinting everywhere, but something about this number doesn't feel like all that insane to me. So now how do we reconcile this? Well, I'm starting to feel like maybe this is too much. Like maybe this kind of Land of Waves stuff was just not very smartly scaled. Maybe, or set up. I think that maybe he didn't think about how far the Land of Waves was, or didn't really show us in great detail, and as a result, you know, we're just not going to get a super precise measurement from that. Except for the fact that when, you know, the people come back to help with the construction, again, it's the same route, right? So how long do you think that takes, and how long do you think that particular troop were able uh, to cover that distance in? When we see characters go to the land of rivers, so after they find out that Gara is sick, they go to track down the Akatsuki, right? I think we figured out, or like we estimated, that they were probably somewhere around here, right? So if that's the case, then this provides some kind of interesting intel. It could be that they were down here. Let's see what happens if we do this instead, right? So, keeping in mind that like Guy and his team come from Konoha to converge and reinforce Naruto's team, Naruto and his team take 3 days to go and identify the Akatsuki hideout. So they're able to. They don't have a precise location. They don't have like a route that's already mapped out, that's already like well known and well trodden, traveled, and all that stuff. So they managed to travel about half the distance that they did before, while scouting out and while potentially having to search the area and to look for clues and all that stuff, right? So that makes sense, right? When the shinobi are actually taking time to reconnoiter the area and survey it and get to know the landscape, and they don't know the route, when they don't know what the direct most way of travel is, then it takes them about half the amount of time that it normally does for them to get there. So that should be something that is worth considering, especially since in the story about Kakashi and Kakashi Retsuden, we're told that it takes him 30 days, I think, to get from Konoha to Redaku on the way there, but on the way back, he actually manages it in 20 days because he knows the route better, right? So that makes sense. Now, that doesn't really help us scale the overall size of the continent, but it does teach us a little bit about how the two how tactics and how knowledge and stuff affect the overall trajectory of a shinobi's journey, and that I think helps put everything else into perspective. So I think that's all we'll do here. But in case you're like skeptical of this, we're not going to do everything the same, right? But we can also take a look at this other map, and this is another one that gets used by the community a lot. So let's see if we try to do the same thing. This actually shows more of the land of Earth. Let's try this again. 25,000. Or you know what? Yeah, actually, let's do that. So, or 2,500. Let's say, wait, since this is showing more, let's actually try this. Right. So, hang on. So, like, that Redaku is in the upper left. This is 3,000, right? So, if that's the case, then that would mean that the distance from the land of fire to the end is... it's about the same. From here to here. Yeah, that's a lot longer. I don't know if they're making that journey with Tazuna. To the land of wind. About the same. Yeah, so the maps are fairly consistent overall. I mean, like, obviously I'm moving my cursor around a lot, so you could argue that that was just lucky. But this sort of feels reasonable to me. Let's do one last test and then we'll move on. Let's say that... let's take Sage's measurement. 176,000 is our distance from Redaku to the Land of Fire. Okay? Did I get that right? 176,000. Yeah. Might have been 172.6, something like that. Okay? So just know that that's an estimation. Now, how long is it from the Land of Fire to the Land of Grass? For yeah, so it's 45,000 miles. So Sakura and Naruto and Sai and Tenzo, what's his? I keep getting his name mixed up. Yamato. They would have covered 45,000 miles while also like taking time to go on vacation over the course of 5 days. Does that really seem reasonable? Tazuna and the builders would have covered 40,000 miles on foot within a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks, including that long ass wagon train, or like including like whatever methods they use to haul all that lumber and shit back to the village, right? Like all those supplies and whatnot, and the craftsmen who are definitely not shinobi. Okay, 40,000 miles. Does that seem reasonable? When Naruto and them are traveling from the land of wind to the land of rivers to scout for the Akatsuki, they would have traveled 46,000 miles from the land of fire to the land to from Suna to Konoha, or vice versa. 78, so basically 79,000 miles We're gonna talk about troop deployments during the like the battle later on. So like the Shinobi Allied Shinobi Forces HQ is like, I have to look at the map, but like it's somewhere around here, something like that. So let's just say it's here. So some of the troop deployments happen around here, and the mountain graveyard is around here. So like the White Zetsu, when they cross the waterway, it's like something like this, right? Something vaguely like this. So the White Zetsu go under 43,000 miles of water to get across the battlefield. The Allied Shinobi Forces HQ is over here, and then they're fighting over here. So like when troops go across these borders, those entire like massive fucking troop regiments, like tens of thousands of soldiers, are crossing 32,000 miles of terrain in like a few hours. Does that make sense? Does that check out, or is this maybe a little bit high? So again, like it doesn't really matter what the fucking exact numbers are. I don't really care, or like I care, but like I'm not really bothered or annoyed if anybody says I think it's, you know, twice the size of Earth, or I think it's like 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles or whatever. You might come up with some exaggerated numbers. It doesn't all have to be 1-to-1 with our Earth, but when you do this, whatever you're doing it for, if it's geography, if it's for whatever other calcs, put things into context and try to find common measurements and see if the thing, if the thing that you've come up with makes sense in context. How does it actually help you build a model of understanding overall? It's not enough to just like find one isolated piece of information. I really want you to look at it in terms of the overall context and how it fits in overall. I think that's just going to help make everybody's argument stronger. Shout out again to this site here, eleif.net/photomeasure. Super helpful in like I went through, part of what I was doing earlier today was just I went through all kinds of different like Chrome extensions and plugins and stuff, just trying desperately to find something to help me do this without having to like I was using Paint, and I was using like a Pythagorean theorem calculator to try and like get these values. This is so much easier. I'm sure that's all it's doing under the hood, but like still, it's like having it printed on screen, everything was super helpful. So okay, let me catch up on chat. Shikamaru with his ass stamina running 255 miles. This is where the fun begins. Yeah, I forgot to, you know, those other things too. Like, if they were fighting, I should add this to the list here. Actually, 1 second. Come on, what are you doing? Okay. Okay, that's another potential metric to evaluate. Thank you for that. Shikamaru with his estimate. Yeah. Land of Snow, probably not on the Shinobi map. Well, yeah, so that makes sense, right? It might not actually be anywhere that we see here, which, if that's the case, that actually kind of helps my perspective a bit, because if it's like further off screen, then that means the distance that it takes to travel between, like the amount of terrain, the size of the land itself is lesser, right? Because if a train, even if they can only travel, if the train that they're traveling on travels 10,000 miles, and like they're traveling from here, obviously that makes the whole the world overall much larger than if they're traveling from like over here, right? Hopefully that made some sense. I want to try to provide multiple different options so that we could try to see if any of them fit. But again, like I'm assuming like an Excella train or something like that goes up to 150 miles an hour. Those dinky ass trains in Boruto don't look like they're getting that fast. Like I'm really highballing it here to see how hard we can go, and this is assuming that it never stops, you know. So again, I don't know about that. But yeah, you're probably right. It might just not even be anywhere on here. I love that we have an actual land of snow in the land of iron, you know, a land where there is snow. Then we have a hidden frost village, and then we also have a land of snow. And we don't know for sure where any of them are. But yeah. Ghost Magog says land of snow isn't exactly canon, so it probably doesn't show up on the map. So, you know, what's his name? Amado has that line in Boruto where he's like, We're in the land of snow. We're coming back. It'll take us 3 days. I guess it comes down to whether or not you think that part of Boruto is canon to the original series. I think it depends on whether or not you allow Boruto in your calcing. I don't have a problem with it personally. Intuitively, I'm wondering, like, I think they're up at one of like Boro's like sanctuaries or whatever, and is that his name? Like the big chunky guy who has like the that core in him that Sarada manages to delete with her like Chidori and all that. That guy has like a shrine with some cultists or whatever that's like up in the mountain, and the terrain looks a whole hell of a lot like the Land of Iron. And so I always thought that we were just meant to assume that it was Land of Iron. And honestly, like, if we just think of it being somewhere up here or something like that, like, because we know this is a snowy region, then taking like 3 days by train, it fits, especially if you allow the train to stop, which it clearly does because it's a commuter train. You assume that it's not like a modern hyperspeed like maglev train or some shit like that, right? Sorry, I'm still eating. Shit, one second. I just saw your message about Inari. Yep. They outpaced Sonic at a casual stroll. Confirmed. Verbatim stated. Sorry says, Tazuna will never surpass Tobirama with those speeds. Dude, you cannot prove to me that Tobirama moves faster than that. I mean, yeah, sure, he like gets to the battlefield in like a couple hours or whatever over the course of one night or whatever, sure, but can you prove that he actually like screams all the way, like shreds terrain all the way to a distance comparable to the Land of Waves? I don't think so. Yeah, Tochi the ramen man cooking at light speed. He has to, man. He has to keep up with all those light speed customers. I mean, like, obviously, Naruto's light speed. We all know this. And he moves at light speed, and he can perceive things at light speed, which means that his brain moves at light speed, and since his brain is part of his body overall must move at light speed. We've already established this, but to be clear, that means his digestive system moves at light speed. So once he starts eating ramen, he would consume the ramen at light speed because his teeth would move at light speed, and the speed of peristalsis through his intestinal tract would also like convey food throughout his intestinal tract at the speed of light. He would be able to extract nutrients from it at the speed of light, and well, I'll end it there, but I'm sure you know where it would go at the speed of light. And so, Teuchi would need to be able to perform all of that, which means he needs to have cooking jutsu, which let him heat up his food at the speed of light. So, yeah. Sorry, it says, I don't have to prove Tobirama can do anything. I scale him off 5. Okay, what if we're vibe scaling? Then I mean, like, one of the, his finger lift thing is, like, one of the coolest moments in the series in terms of like characters flexing power. It was really awesome. So yeah, his aura alone is pretty supreme. So one thing I want to do really quick is just this is less to even prove anything and more to just kind of make people aware of a potential tool. Like, obviously a lot of stuff in Naruto is based off of Japanese history, culture, mythology, etc., etc. Obviously, as well, the land is not a one-to-one with Japan by any stretch of the imagination. But at the same time, it's worth considering that, like, especially when we get to talking about, the design of various places, the terrain, the aesthetics, you can see that some of it's clearly inspired by, like, parts of Japan as well. Right? So, I think it's worth noting, and I think it's worth taking a look at the scale of Japan just as a general reference point. And you can use, since we're talking about real world reference points anyway, you can use Google Maps to actually get yourself a decent estimation of a variety of different means of transport. So, for example, here's Japan, and I've set up a distance, how do you say, just a route from Hiroshima to Aomori. And of course, there's a change over here in Tokyo. But yeah, if you look at it over here, you can see that it takes about 8 hours to go by train from these two locations. If you look at the walking distance, which is obviously going to be a little bit janky, you can see it's about 1,500 kilometers. And I'm kind of surprised that it actually does show quite a bit of information for all that. Okay, driving might be a better way to put it. 18 hours, 17 hours, 1,500 kilometers. Okay, so that gives you a general idea. Now, also a useful tool. If you go to Hiroshima and you right click, you can choose measure distance. Okay? And then if you click and drag up to here, or let's do this. Let's go to Tokyo first, and let's go to Aomori. You can actually see the distance as the crow flies. You can left click to move around. So notice something interesting here is that the distance as the crow, well, the distance between these two places as the crow flies is 782 miles. It would be even shorter, obviously. Like let's actually do that. Let's do Hiroshima, and let's do, no thank you, stop advertising to me. Let's do over here, measure distance, and let's go to Aomori directly. Okay, so 636 miles. So directly from here to here, obviously, was and then from here to here was some 750, 780 miles. So we saved like 100 miles by going directly, and compare that to the actual route being taken with public transportation. We are going twice the distance, right? More than twice the distance, because we're taking these routes that we're confined to. So imagine that we're not in a car, we're on a horse instead, right? If we're on a horse traveling this route, it's taking us twice as long to get there as it is via a direct route. Now, obviously, this is not the best representation because this is an island, and we're talking about traveling over the water. So another thing we could potentially do, I forget if we did this last time, forgive me if so, we could do like this, do Shanghai, right? And we can right click, measure distance, we go over here to, I think I was looking at something like Kyrgyzstan last time, right? So here's an interesting thing to consider, is that the distance from here all the way over here as the crow flies is 2,600 miles. Okay, it's gonna be a bit harder to find that same hang on one second, let's see if I can even do this. So damn it, I probably can't. Shanghai, China. Okay. Let's just see if I can even pick a, no, stop it. So temperamental. Oh yeah, Kashgar Prefecture. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now, I don't think there's even, I think I tried this before. Oh no, it does actually calculate it. Okay, so here we go. So, let's take a look at the routes. This one is actually a little bit shorter. Okay, and now let's try to measure it. Measure distance from there to over here. So as the crow flies, we're getting 2,600 miles, and the distance over here, shit, I don't know the, oh wait, hang on. So 4,000 kilometers, and this is 5,000 kilometers. Okay, so the most direct route here is saving us 1,000 kilometers, and you know, obviously it's a whole lot more direct than all this spiraling stuff over here. But the purpose of doing all of this is to kind of help us get a scale, because let's go back to here and let's just say that, you know, the distance between the Land of Fire to Retiku, which is up here, is 3,000 miles. Let's say that that were the case, right? We just go with the eagle or the swan, fucking swan, what's wrong with me? Geese. The geese flight from before Okay, fine. And then 3,000 miles would make it like something up here. Okay, so that would mean that Retaku all the way through, all the way down to Land of Fire would be about this far, which is fine, right? Like, that's something that even if that is the case, it's a long ass distance, a big fucking distance, okay? But the Naruto planet can still be significantly smaller than the size of Jupiter and accommodate for that to be the case. Like, if we were to say, let's measure the distance, for example, from here to here, like up, let's do up here, right? That's 4,000 miles. So we could still be up in this scale, up in this general range, without having to blow apart the entire scale of the planet. This is still a long fucking way over a lot of difficult terrain, and it still perfectly fits in with the overall narrative of the story without having to blow everything away to ridiculous proportions. So, hopefully that provided a little bit of clarification. Saria says, why didn't Kakashi just copy the lightweight boulder technique so he can fly? Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he didn't copy the ETSO either, so he could just, like, throw... make Kaguya eat one. I think it's probably a Keke Genkai. Let me look up. Oh, wait. Sorry. Okay. No spoilers. Nah, get this out of my way. Fuck off. Dust release, earth release. Added weight rock technique? No, lightweight rock technique. What's earth release? Yeah, I don't know. Ninjutsu. It's only a B rank earth release. So, here's the thing. Sage just did a video, like I mentioned before, about like all the jutsu Kakashi should be able to use. His perspective was that as long as the Sharingan is out and active, then it should passively automatically copy his abilities or any ability that he sees, apart from like things that he literally can't do, like Keke Genkai and stuff like that. But the first time we see him copy an ability, he specifically copies hand signs, and what we see him doing for the water dragon jutsu is he sees all the hand signs that Zabuza uses and mimics them and executes them and uses jutsu. I think that given what we know about the predictive, like kinetic vision of the Sharingan, the way that the copy ability works is that you watch what your opponent does, and you have to see them do everything, and then as long as you perceive their motions and can record them, then you can recall them later in your brain. But you have to actually see the hand signs being used to be able to know how to activate them later, right? It's not like if Kakashi's just hanging out reading a book and then all of a sudden he sees a water bullet flying past his head. He's like, what the fuck? I've never seen that jutsu before. And he takes out his, like, he opens up his, takes off his headband and then looks at it with his Sharingan. He's like, okay, got it. Now I know all the hand signs that I need to do to be able to execute and produce this jutsu. I don't think that's how that works. So if Onoki isn't using hand signs, if he can just do it automatically, like, you know, same thing with what's his fucking name? Kakazu, right? Kakazu uses the diamond morph, and Kakashi watches him do it. He sees the hand sign, he recognizes the hand sign, and he's able to defeat it. I would say it's much more likely that Kakashi would be able to do diamond morph after that than this ability, unless he watches Onoki use the hand sign. If he doesn't use a hand sign, well then it's like, shit. Maybe he has some other means of triggering the jutsu that's not so easy to copy. Maybe the limitations of the copy jutsu are more than we thought. I'm trying to think. Yeah, another interesting one that Sage brought up is like whether or not he could copy Kakazu's mask jutsu. And the thing with that is that all we see Kakazu do to trigger those jutsu is he just uses, I think, the sign of the ram, right? He uses like the 2 fingers up technique, pause, in order to like trigger the masks to do a jutsu, but the masks themselves also aren't doing hand signs. I don't know if Kakashi can really read their body language. But oh, hey, Dr. Pest, how's it going? It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Dr. Pest says, Julian, it's a hungry world. They're gonna eat you alive, son. Yeah. Oh, Julian, when their fangs sink in, it'll stitch you. I'll stitch you, but then I gotta throw you back in. Oh, oh, it's a blah, shit. It's the Peacemaker intro. I have not yet seen Peacemaker. Would you recommend it? Clearly, I'm struggling to string sentences together, let alone be able to sing a full piece for you. But perhaps once I've heard it, I have been, I think, I don't know if I actually said this out loud or if I just imagined it, but I have been learning the lyrics for Lumiere from Clair Obscur. I like them a lot. If I do any covers on stream, I'm probably going to start with that one. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm pausing here. I haven't eaten dinner, so I'm just like taking a little snack. But that was the main thing to start off with. So I think the next thing I want to do is just go through the war arc really quick. And okay. And I want to, this is mostly this is less for me being like, okay, here's the precise calc and like here's the yardstick and everything else. This is me just advocating for, just like sharing some additional context that's worth considering. So let's just talk about the war and the implications of the distances between different places during the war. Okay? So obviously some of these pages are out of order. I will say, like, right straight up, I apologize. I should have reordered these. We should be reading these right to left. I just like dragged and dropped a whole bunch of pictures in here, and they organized themselves left to right. So the order we're reading them is like this, etc., which I know is confusing. It should be the other way around. So sorry if that's disorienting at all. Saria says, Kakashi, hey, how are you doing that? Onoki says, it's my lightweight jutsu. Kakashi says, show me the hand signs. Onoki, no, get your own jutsu. Kakashi, come on, just one hand sign. Just give me a hint, I'll work with the other ones out on my own. I mean, here's the thing too, is that hand signs fell off later in the series, so you could counter my concern by just saying, like, you know what? Maybe characters don't need to use hand signs anymore. Maybe that was just an old ass thing. And so Kakashi can still copy it, even though they don't use hand signs, because it just works differently now. You know? But here's the thing. Genuinely, how many times do we actually see Kakashi copy a jutsu? And on a broader level, how many times do we actually see a Sharingan user copy a jutsu? Because it's fun and all well and good to speculate about if Kakashi does copy any jutsu he sees, how many does he see that he could then potentially use? But obviously he doesn't. Like, he hardly uses any copy jutsu in the entire series. And then, like, you know, even other people who have like more Sharingan, more powerful Sharingan than he does, also don't tend to use them much, at least as far as I know. It's also, you know, I genuinely wonder if he saw. Oh, so here's the thing, right? The Rasengan doesn't require hand signs. That's kind of like why Naruto is it's chosen for Naruto by Jiraiya, right? It doesn't require any complex memorization or anything like that. It's all just about control and power. And so, if Kakashi just stood there and watched Naruto produce the Rasengan, would he immediately get it and then just be able to do it, like, right away? Or would he understand, oh, okay, this is the principle upon which this works, I get this, but then need to go practice it and actually develop it himself? Right? Like, if he hadn't developed the Raikiri yet, and he saw Itachi using the Raikiri or something like that, and Chidori, would he be able to look at it and be like, oh, I see what he's doing, I can now just do this, right? Or does he need to practice it? Interesting consideration, I think. So let's see, Dr. Pest, what is your favorite what's your favorite TV intro theme of all time? What do you say is like, if you had to pick one, what would you pick? Or would it be Peacemaker? Let's see. Yeah, so this is the it's not the Five Kage Summit, is it? No, it's just a summit that's being drawn up in the lightning town, so to speak. Oh yeah, here's Teuchi. Here's our light speed cook. But anyway, yeah, so I just want to go through these to provide some more context on what's happening around the war, and then like the positioning and troop deployment and stuff like that. So just skimming over this, the Raikage is going to convene a summit of the Allied Shinobi forces in 3 days' time, send the summonses to the other villages. So I think this is right after the Pain Assault. This is before the alliance has actually been formed, and they're going to travel to... Oh wait, no. This is after our 5 Kage Summit, right? Is it? 490? I forget. It must be. Yeah, okay. Because this is Allied Shinobi forces already 512. Okay, yeah. So this is the second time he's kind of summoning them, and they all managed to travel to the Land of Lightning. So this is something that was brought up before. I think Sage even mentioned this particular panel in his video. I forget for sure, but at any rate, keep in mind that that means that all these characters moved from, let's go back to this one. Okay, so that means that the Mizukage would go from here to here. So she moved 2,500 miles. Over here, the Raikage and his crew moved 1,400 miles, etc., right, to convene somewhere around here. Oh, actually, no, because she's moving. It's up here. The Allied Shinobi Forces HQ is somewhere around here, right? So let's just say it's here. I think it's there. So she's going 16. That's 17. Gaara's really zooming along over here. 28, right? So that is something that's kind of weird, right? Is that like, okay, if we do accept that Redaku is 3,000 miles away, then that means that the distance between here and here would also be similar, would be comparable, which means that Gaara is traveling 1,000 miles a day, which is super fucking fast for him to get over there in that amount of time, which I think is why the Raikage is, kind of surprised at how quickly they were all able to get there. However, Gaara can fly, and Onoki can also fly. So, I mean, it's still very impressive, it's still very fast, but there are ways of reconciling that with the overall scope that we've kind of drawn up previously. I did want to see if I could find the actual panels of them traveling. I forget if we brought this up before, but this is when they're traveling to the Gokage Summit for the first time. So this is earlier. This is chapter 453, right? This is before they've formed the alliance. And just worth noting that they have about the same, a little less to travel in some cases in terms of overall distance. Like the rock folks are traveling from here to here, right? Something like that. And they're doing so over the course of 3 days again. I think it's not 100% sure that they're all leaving at exactly the same time. But note the giant ass packs on their back, right? Like, notice the supplies that they're bringing. Same thing over here. These guys are actually traveling very light comparatively, so that's interesting. Worth considering why that might be the case. Down here we have Kakashi and them who are tailing the Raikage, I believe. Okay. But of course, the Mizukage and them sleep overnight. They're at this lodging, so they get there before the night is over. They spend time there, having this conversation there. I think also, the rock folks are also taking some time to nap, to camp. They seem to have brought a portable generator with them, with a light attached, and have built like a stone barricade, but then also are having a picnic. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, they managed to get there within 3 days. All of them kind of converging on the same location. In the meantime, Naruto and them are following them to get there. Okay, that makes sense. But Sakura also starts to head out from Konoha to arrive there. And again, it's not 100% sure exactly how long this is taking, if they're all leaving at the same time or whatever. But she's leaving from Konoha, and she's getting there, I think, within a couple days, because she intersects Naruto, right? Here she is starting to follow them in 467. Over here, 468, she's kind of caught up with them. Obviously, it's not like a necessary time frame there. It's kind of hard to know exactly how long this is taking, but still, you know, moving and catching up with them, etc., etc., right, over the course of a couple of days. So just worth keeping that in mind, that these characters are traveling for towards a given location for an appointed event. You know, it's kind of a big deal, but it takes them, the guy who can fly and who can give the power of flight to his fellow rock people, is able to get from here to here in 3 days, etc., etc., right? It takes the Mizukage, on the other hand, like, she gets there traveling much longer over, like, more awkward terrain. Like, if we go from here to here, right, it's, like, across the water. That's even rougher. So, one thing you could do is just look at all this and say, like, man, this world is, like, not consistent in size. Because it gets harder and harder the more, like, yardsticks you use. To me, anyway, like, as I keep doing this, I'm like, does that really make sense? Does it really make sense that Gaara traveled 3,000 miles that way, and that, like, the Mizukage was able to cover, you know, like, again, close to 3,000 miles, 2,500 miles over the course of a few days, taking, like, stopping for rest and stuff like that. I guess you can counter that by saying, like, yeah, they move really fucking fast when they are not camping. And yeah, I mean, like, we see the Gokage, or the Edo Hokage move, like, from here to here or something, right? They're, like, somewhere around here. So that's, like, 1,500 miles over the course of a couple hours. So yeah, they maybe can. Maybe they're just, like, fucking around for, like, you know, 23 hours out of the day, and then they just, like, zoop forward when they need to and, like, cover hundreds of miles in a matter of moments. That's possible. But if you think that they actually travel at a consistent pace, they pace themselves out, they don't leave things to the last minute, you know, their average travel speed is kind of low, or it's, like, very not kind of low, it's very inconsistent, right? You just kind of wind up with this big blur of all these different numbers that don't necessarily all line up. So is it that the world itself is designed inconsistently? Maybe. Is it that the map is just, like, not a good representation? Like, the map was sort of not a perfect scale one way or another. That's also a possibility. Is it possible that the characters were in different locations? Maybe Gaara was a little bit closer or something, knows a faster route. Maybe there's different ways of reconciling it, right? All of this is just to provide some context, more so than to, like, prove or disprove anything specifically. Sorry, says my favorite TV intro of all time, probably Rapunzel the series or Adventure Time, TMNT 2002, Sonic X, Kirby, oh, Kirby Right Back at You, and Jimmy Neutron are close runner-ups. Yeah, those are great choices, man. I haven't seen Rapunzel, though. I would need to take a listen. Sounds fun. Yeah, Adventure Time is classic. Is it Pendleton Ward, the person who sang the theme song? So it's, like, so perfect for what it is, for the nature of the show. Darth Mako says, I wonder if European fans see the scale differently than North America fans or Japanese fans. Yeah, maybe. It's quite possible. I mean, like, just looking at the map over here, I mean, I still, like, I think that this is a hoax. I do not believe this. I do not believe that Russia is this goddamn big. It doesn't make any sense. Because I grew up in Italy, and, like, my entire home is, let's just see. I want to know. Fuck. Why can't I ever just pick the right one, please? Yeah, okay. Calabria. My god, you stop trolling me. What's wrong with you? Okay, so my entire country is basically across, 400 miles. You understand why the Romans were able to get around so much is because, like, Italy is actually pretty small, like really small, and then all these places around also not all that big. It's pretty easy to get around. Um, so compare that to like this. Here's St. Petersburg. You zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, and let's do this. Measure the other side. 3,000. Oh, it's only 3,000. It's not as big as I thought. But still, like, obviously, because, yeah, obviously. It's, the direct route would be a lot more, right? So, or like going across the indirect route would be a lot more. I'm just, like, trying to figure out in my head, like, how many of these, like, dinky-ass little boots would fit in here. It's so many. Like, just the surface area of it as well. Crazy. This must be a joke, right? There's no way a country is this big. It's impossible. So I want to live here. Yep, that's why I'm moving here. Darth Meg, I guess, lost signal for a second. What I missed? Nothing. I was just rambling about the size of Russia compared to my my home country. Didn't really miss much. Okay. So again, all that is just to provide some context for the fact that these characters are traveling these distances in this amount of time. They're walking. They're walking. They're not just sprinting. They're not just like, yeah, Russia specifically. Russia is a scam. Sorry, Russia. Now sometimes they do sprint. Look at them. Look at them go. And they're going pretty fast. Not so fast that you can't see like mountains and stuff in the background, that they're like terribly motion blurred. Not so fast that they're like generating sonic booms or anything that are blowing the snow off of the mountains. But they're going pretty fast, you know. Worth noting. Okay. So that being said, what else can we learn from the war arc? Well, we talked about them establishing an allied shinobi forces HQ, and here's a look at it. And I believe this is in the land of lightning as well. It's near the Cloud Village. There might actually be the Cloud Village. It shows us on a map in a next panel. I will show it in a second. I just included this because of the owl. He's such a good owl. I love him so much. These pages are worth going over just to get some context in general about the overall goings on during the war and the plans and the tactics. And Onoki being a badass. Of course, we have the description of Genbu, the big-ass turtle. And Aoba's face over here is is pretty priceless. That being said, not too much to get on the turtle itself. Just worth noting that, you know, you could potentially look at this for a bit of time scaling. That in order to get to Genbu, right, the Tsuchikage has to go... Yes, so this is actually pretty interesting. If you can't know for sure if these events are happening at the same time, because sometimes, like, timeline is fuzzy. Things are kind of told via flashbacks and flash forwards and stuff like that, so who knows for sure. But what's happening in this scene, this is chapter 513, is that Onoki and his characters are flying with him to Genbu, the Turtle Island, and also Kabuto is getting ready to go there with Deidara at about the same time. And if we look on the map, it's so Kabuto is somewhere around here, and Genbu is somewhere around here, and like the Allied Shinobi Forces HQ is something like around here, I think. So they're like basically going from here to here, and then from here, like flying across the water to there or something like that. Maybe they're going this way, I'm not sure. Either way, they're accomplishing that in the same time that Deidara goes from here to here and like catches up with them and overtakes them and then meets them where the turtle is. Assuming the turtle is actually there and not like maybe it moved down here or something like that. But that could actually be a pretty impressive speed feat for Deidara on that bird, because he's able to zoom all the way across there in the time that it takes for Onoki to like just go there, basically. So yeah. Sorry, it says John being Italian, me being French, Italian cats in a box. Yes. It's a you know, I think we Europeans in this region that was the nice thing about living in Europe when I was a kid, because I lived in Milan, and so, uh, my mom and I could sometimes say if we wanted to, we were bored on a given weekend or whatever. It's like, fuck Milan, let's be in France instead. And so with I think it was 4 hours in the car to drive down, we would go to Genoa, and then we would go along the coast. There's probably a faster route if we go like through like by Torino, but we would usually go to Genoa because it's beautiful, and then just go along the coast slowly and enjoy it. And then we'd be in Nice in like 3 or 4 hours, something like that. And now we're in France. And then the way to get to Lugano in Switzerland, one of my favorite places, was an hour. It was literally just like an hour 20 minutes, like past like Lago Como. And then we would be here, and we would get like some snacks and feed the ducks on the lake here. It's great. Now we only went to Germany a couple times, or we went to Germany only once. We went to Austria a couple times, but yeah, going to France as well. Like I don't think we drove to Paris. I think we actually took a plane, but at the same time, it's one of those things that's so close that it felt like if I went on an epic 2,000-mile road trip in America, I would wind up in America. If I did the same thing here, I would go through multiple countries. Let's see. Let's start from Lisbon. Stop zooming in. Oh my god, it's so annoying. And I were to go over here, and let's just say, how far is it to get to here? Right? That's only 2,000 miles. So that's like about as far across as the United States is, right? So, and look at how many countries I'm going through. 1, 2, 3. If I change my trajectory a little bit, I could sneak in Switzerland, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 entire countries, right? So it's quite wonderful, and just like, I guess the territoriality and the like high what would you call it, nationalism, like that America is experiencing right now, just doesn't make any fucking sense to me, because granted, I know every country has its own limitations in terms of immigration and stuff like that, whatever. But when you can literally just like stroll over to like 4 or 5 different countries, if you're bored and you just like, I don't want to be over there now, like, and it's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, we're all part of this massive thing together. It basically feels like these are just states, and we're all part of the same like super country or something like that, right? I know a lot of people don't see it that way, but for me, that's just felt noble, normal. I saw Grenoble, and I said, anyway, I'm losing my fucking mind. Hopefully, that makes sense. Oh, your cousin lives in Milan. That's great. That's great. It's a great city. I love it. Haven't been in a long time, but hopefully I go back soon. Anyway, Naruto's pretty popular in Italy too. The dub was kind of bad, but it's still pretty popular. Anyway, so. Yeah, Akatsuchi flying and all that. It's great. Nothing too crazy to say about all of this stuff. Just thought it would be fun to show off the turtle. And then now we can, yeah, this one I just showed off for the curvature of the Earth, but I don't really think that's useful or usable. Worth noting that the folks on Naruto's side wind up taking a ship to the turtle. So it's not like they can just walk on water to get there like Sasuke does when he's going to the hideouts and stuff like that. And now we get to the kind of troop deployment tactical things. So there's two main things I'd like to consider here. The first is how deployments and movements across the terrain indicate distance, or how it can give us a sense of distance and practicality. And also the fucking daimyo. Because something that tends to be forgotten about is the daimyo and what's happening to them in all of this chaos. As well as just like some general maneuvers and stuff like that. So here we go. This panel, this is in chapter 515. This is just kind of useful for understanding how tactics and how tactical considerations like medical tools and stuff like that affect the overall flow of the battle. Here's a nice shot of the overall like platoon deployments and all that stuff and all the different company leaders. I think last time I said something about all the platoon leaders are just like subjects of nepotism and they're stupid and I don't understand what, and I forgot that Kakashi was one of them, so I have to eat my words a little bit there. But But anyway, I was thinking of like, I thought this was Choji, and I'm like, why are they making Choji a company captain, and why are they making whoever this is a company captain? You know, like, or Guy doesn't like. I got confused. I wasn't actually like reading. So read the words, kids. Um, so this is something that is potentially interesting to consider as well. Is that now we are getting people sent out from the mountain graveyard in various platoons, and they are all arriving within, I think, a couple hours, because we don't really see the shadows get extended. We don't really see like any weather changes or anything like that that would indicate that there's a whole lot of time passing. Granted, we don't know for sure because we don't see the position of the sun, but this is all daytime, so this is within a few hours. It seems like it's all happening within the course of a couple hours, and this means that characters are moving from here to about here, and I'll show why I'm saying it's over here within a couple hours. So does that make sense? Well, it might be a little bit of a highball, depending on how fast you think these characters are. Because let's say if we put the mountain graveyard here, and we say that they're deployed over here, that's 600 miles. So these characters traveling maybe somewhere between 5 and 800 miles, depending on how you like stretch it, within a few hours. So they're going at like 200 miles an hour, maybe. They might be going faster. To me, that seems like maybe a little bit high. Based on the other environmental cues that we see, or lack of environmental cues that we see. But then we factor into the fact that, like, the Hokage managed to cover this amount of distance in probably a couple hours as well. It's a whole lot more. And it starts to put things into perspective that, yeah, these people can actually go really fucking fast when they want to. But also, like, they take time to survey the terrain. They're not just, like, screaming there or teleporting there, right? There are other tactical considerations. They're analyzing. They're looking for their opponents. They're trying to figure out the best places to attack and times to attack. Also, kind of cute to notice that Deidara, like, still does this little thing, even though he doesn't have his eyepiece. He's still pretending to like he's cosplaying or like LARPing, as though he has his little camera eye, which he no longer does. Kind of funny. Oh, this is a great panel of just like. Also, understanding the terrain, it's not just like flat plains, even though the first fan book says it is. There's a lot of rolling hills and patches of dense forested vegetation and stuff like that. So it's not ideal terrain. But, then there's this, different platoons are on different terrains with different troop arrangements and all that. So they will be moving at different speeds, potentially. Sorry, says, looking at this large army is so funny because now I realize most of these people getting stabbed by wood from the Tentills when Ichi died. Yeah, they just got kind of mowed down a little bit, unfortunately. Darth Magog says, or at least blatant favoritism. Yeah, I think, well, Kakashi makes sense because he's, like, a tactical genius. But, I mean, like, if they put Guy as a commander, I don't know. Like, he's a leader, for sure. He has to have that quality. But, I mean, like, he doesn't really have the temperament to... I don't know anything about this fucking guy. But Guy doesn't really have the temperament, in my opinion, to be like a platoon commander like that. Maybe, but it just doesn't seem like the best use of his talents. Like, I think you should be looking for people like Shikaku to be in command positions, which they get that right now. They, put him in charge of intel and stuff like that, which is smart. Okay, so notice that they do deploy. We see this little panel that I think indicates that some time has passed, and they do deploy, and then they start to like set aside traps and start to engage in surveillance. So it's worth noting that like they managed to get into position, into formation, and to start establishing like their bases and their like beach fronts or whatever the right term for it is. In order to encampments and all that within a few hours, potentially, maybe a little shorter. Just included this because it's a nice kind of shot of the overall terrain. Same thing over here. Looks like this, I mean, I guess you could say this is an earth style jutsu. I don't think it is though. Just kind of goes to show that that terrain itself is a little bit uneven. I don't really have a problem with the idea that any of these shinobi could jump over this. I don't think that's slowing them down very much. But if you're thinking about traversing the land on horseback, for example, I mean, that is something to consider, right? Like somebody riding on the back of a horse would come to this wall and would be like, oh shit, I have to go around it. Whereas somebody on foot would be able to potentially just jump over it, or maybe like climb up the side of the wall, something like that. Which is another reason why, you know, it might, or just like straight up run along the wall with the like chakra attaching technique. It's just another consideration of why you can't like directly convert horse to human movement. I do think that, you know, this isn't like something a hill that I'm prepared to die on or anything, but the use of signal flares as battalions spread out in this area suggests to me that they're probably not ever getting far enough apart from one another that a signal flare wouldn't be useful means of communication. So I'm kind of thinking of like Attack on Titan when they're all going out on deployment and they are using like the signal flare guns to communicate with one another. Now I don't know exactly how I would calculate the distance that something like this is visible, but I don't think it's going to be seen from like 1,000 miles away, right? So if we think about, let's skip ahead a little bit to a description of the troop deployments. So we're saying, so this area over here is like where the battle is going to start to take place, where people are being deployed into. Kind of weird that they're deploying into the land of frost, but we don't see any snow, but whatever. So the first, these various companies are kind of spreading out over this area, and if they're using signal flares to communicate, this might indicate that, you know, the distance between these two companies would need to be within the range of a signal flare, which would mean that, like, okay, what do you think that, I don't even know, like, I don't know what the exact number would be, but like, do you think that it would make sense for this to be like hundreds of thousands of miles across, right? If we go to this one over here where we were using like Sage's scale, does it make sense for the distance between like that and that to be 26,000 miles? Like, could you effectively use signal flares and coordinate troop deployment of 10,000, like 100,000 troops, or however much it is, 40,000 troops? Could you do that effectively over that amount of distance using signal flares? 20,000. Can you do that over that amount of distance? Let's go back to the more conservative map over here, and let's try that. The same thing, right? This is using our highball geese-based scaling. This is the first geese-type stream. Again, if they're coming into here, so like, let's say they're over here and they need to communicate with the battalion over there. That's 300 miles. Do you think, you know, flares could be useful over that amount of distance? Or what about something like here to here? That's 350 miles. Honestly, like, you could just make the argument that they're using signal flares over, like, to communicate between smaller subdivisions of the platoons, and maybe they can be, like, you know, more effective at shorter range. But to me, this is actually starting to shrink this area a little bit, right? Like, I think it might actually make sense for these regions to be a bit smaller in order to facilitate that. But, you know, that's not one of my strongest arguments for sure. That's a really good question, Darth Magog. My initial like knee-jerk reaction is that on the one hand, they wanted to just give the individual shinobi more things that they could do independently, so that they wouldn't just have to rely on the like psychic signal corps all the time, because they're going to be having their hands full, and there's just so many different troops, and maybe save like the energy of the people sending the psychic messages for like the big widespread troop alerts and stuff like that, and leave the smaller like inter unit communication and emergency like alerts and stuff like that to the to that signal flare stuff. And also just like from a not like entertainment standpoint, I think having the individual characters have more autonomy and not be reliant on units that are elsewhere might make sense. Also, I don't know if the individual battalions or companies have the ability to relay messages back to like the Yamanakas or whatnot. So they might just be kind of dependent on receiving messages, but not have the ability to to send them back. But honestly, yeah, rule of cool trumps all confirmed. Yeah, honestly, I think that might just be it. Just like, you know, whatever feels cool for the scene at a given time. Sorry, it says global warming hit Naruto, Land of Frost, no snow. Exactly. More impressive given that they don't have fossil fuels. Although when fucking Zansul started digging up dinosaur bones, it was only a matter of time, I guess. I was just reading. I just started to read Naruto Retsuden, and it starts off with like some conflict about gas. Like there's a specific land that yields like high amounts of gas that's going to be super useful, and it's like goes into the economy of like how when Naruto set up like a trade agreement with this country for their gas reserves, that it like impacted the economy of another one. It's like a Naruto just trained to be able to like punch rabbit gods in the face, and now he's dealing with all this political bullshit. No. Zarya says the war is so funny when Naruto sends clones up because captains are like, I don't care who dies, we need to make sure that the clone doesn't pop. Yeah, the rubber pops guy. Yeah. Your life being less useful than a kid's clone. Yeah, that's true. Sort of devalues the contributions of all the other shinobi there when Naruto's the only one like carrying it. The fourth great ninja war, like fourth great ninja battle with 12 solid ninja skirmishes. Yeah. Honestly, like, it should have been seeing a protracted, lengthy battle. Like Naruto tries desperately to, at the risk of like being a like doing a Daigo, I kind of would be curious to see the version of this story where Naruto's conflict wasn't with just like a couple of very charismatic like villains, and was instead like as a result of his inability to use his idealism to convince the other nations to stop fighting each other. Like, what if the the Raikage was like, Konoha is weak right now, and their weakness led to destruction, so we're gonna take it over. And he shows up to like fuck up Konoha, and then Naruto is like, hey, don't. We should all believe in ourselves. And then Raikage just like kills Tsunade. It's like, no, I'm taking over, fuck you. And then that Naruto has to like deal with that. Or he just, Gaara tries to get the people at the Five Kage Summit to start getting along, but they just won't. And then a war starts that's like actually a more complex war. Not just like everybody decides to get along. I mean, it's a nice story anyway, but yeah. Says, honestly, I feel like the political bullshit that can't be solved by punching God is almost more, yeah, as opposed to continuously escalating threats. For sure. I mean, like, that was the land of waves, right? It was like this sort of political tension based on the economy of a nation, and like criminal organizations who wanted to exploit that. It's really interesting stuff. It's just Naruto himself as a character. I do not see him as somebody who he himself is going to be spending his time like behind a desk doing paperwork and then fucking, like going and solving an economic crisis. I think it's revealed that it was actually like Shikamaru as a shadow clone or something like that. So it's not actually him. But yeah, it's just a weird way to open a Naruto story, I guess. Anyway, if you keep going through the Retsuden series, I'm sure you'll stumble across it soon. So something that I want to just mention about the daimyo, right, is that these stupid idiots are caught in the middle of this conflict, and the allied shinobi forces have to divert resources to get them out. And so after the battle starts right here, right, so this is 5:15, so this is like, well, right at the start of the battle or right before it, right, because we're just starting to see like Kabuto start deploying stuff. Hang on a second, let's see. So the actual heading to the battlefield stuff is happening around 519. This is like 515, so it's a little bit before it, but right before the battle starts. Okay. We get this thing that we find out that both of these nations need to evacuate, right? So the Land of Frost and the Land of Steam both need to get out of the way. I guess they don't give a shit about the Land of Sound. Just, like, fuck those guys. But like these guys need to get the fuck out. So they presumably to go down to Konoha because this is where the fighting is going to be happening. So they seem to think it will be reasonable for the daimyo to get out from here into Konoha within, like, I don't know, a couple days or something, because they need to just get out before the fighting starts. Now, granted, some of them do get accosted by Waitsetsu, but also look at the way that they're traveling, right? They're in these, like, some of them are in the like palanquins. They're in these like long processionals. They have these banners attached to them. They are not moving fast. They are very vulnerable. They're very slow. Whap whap. They're obviously like kind of precious. They're not trained shinobi, and yet they're still able to feasibly evacuate away from these lands before the fighting starts. At least some of them are, right? Get close to Konoha. So this is another one of those vague things where it's like I don't have an exact time frame and I don't have an exact distance, but do you think that it makes sense going back to here? Which of these two things do you think makes sense? Okay, the battle's about to start. It's going to start within a day. The idea that they might be able to successfully evacuate with that long procession from here, something like that. 100 miles, 400 miles, something like that. Or do you think it would make sense that would it make more sense that the distance that they would have to evacuate would be something like, shit, forgot about that. Let's try this again. No. Okay, hang on. 176,000. Okay, there we go. Oop, easy fix. Okay, so again, like, the people from Frost need to evacuate into Konoha. Here's the closest place. So that's 22,000 miles. Hot water or steam to Konoha, or to Land of Fire. 99,000 miles. Okay, so like, obviously some of them get interrupted. Some of them get like accosted by Waitsetsu and whatnot. But the idea here is that they think it's going to be feasible for people from these lands to evacuate out this way before the fighting starts. Which of these two things makes more sense? That they might have to travel like 9 to 20,000 miles, or they might have to travel like a couple hundred miles. Even a couple hundred miles makes them super vulnerable. So like, obviously they need to be escorted, but still, that's something that I think should be taken into consideration. And I will get to chat in just a second, but I do want to say that there's a sort of counter argument to what I just said. I'm going to make sure I mention that before I move on, which is this. So again, here are some more of the fucking daimyo, and here I don't know exactly where they are, but they're presumably still in the Land of Frost, or they could be further south at this point. But look, there are these houses over here. He's being carried around like this, like a little bitch, like a little bitch, like a little kid, and being escorted by Mei. And she reveals that there are multiple places that they are being hidden at. So the counter to my position here is that Mei says that they're being rotated around between these different places at set intervals. So maybe they're not actually traveling between the different nations, because what I was saying is that they're like going out like this, but what it more seems like is that she has the daimyo like hidden somewhere here and is rotating around every couple of hours in order to keep him from being found. So that's, something to consider as well. Saria says, Darth Magog, this seems to be a big thing with big battles in Shonen. 1,000-Year Blood War, Marine Ford, even the Tournament of Power is like, it's an all-out brawl, except not really. Take a pace of the whole seat, but you only need the edge. Kakashi Retsuden was like, strike 3 for me. I won't pick another one up, that's fair. Mangaka, I don't know the definition of the word war quite clearly, yeah. Yep. It's hard to write a compelling story. Well, I think there are. It's been a long time since I read it, but I seem to remember like some of the early Gundam Wing stuff, as well as like Red Eye and things like that. There were definitely manga out there that kind of dealt with more like military situations, like being involved in a war. Um, that didn't stray into that like just focusing too much on individual characters about everybody else. But man, it's been a long time, so I might just be misremembering that. Okay, so last part of the troop deployment battlefield stuff is just this. I just want us to consider a couple of things here. So over the course of the battle, a variety of different platoons or companies or whatnot start to move around and encounter enemies on different fronts. So this company, was it D Company, manages to move across through the land of frost into the land of steam. I believe is moving across this isthmus or whatever. Yeah, they're going from frost into steam, and they're able to do that obviously over the course of a few hours, several hours before it turns dark and before the fighting really starts to begin. In the meantime, the enemy ground troops are going from here all the way over here within a few hours. Same thing. Mifune's company is kind of being deployed in this big ribbon, such that they are more mobile and more flexible, and they can kind of move themselves around and reinforce where needed. There's the troops deployments themselves are mobile and are able to be shuffled around and repositioned as necessary. So this is kind of interesting. I think there's a good amount of world building and considerations and tactics that are being shown here. But just consider like how big these battalions are and how much territory does it make sense for them to be able to feasibly move around in while maintaining coordination and communicating also back with HQ. And then think about this. The White Zetsu, when they come across, they go under the water and they cross the ocean or the inlet or whatever you want to call it, right? So this is the enemy hideout. The ground troops go over here like that, and the flying troops, on like Data on his birds and shit like that, can cross directly over here. But in the meantime, the ocean troops go over here, and those ocean troops are just a shitload of White Zetsu, as well as some other ninja like Kakuzu's with them, right? So again, using our scale, which one do you think makes the most sense? Do you think this makes most sense? The enemy hideout is where it's right up here? Yeah, so it's up here. Okay, so however many thousands of White Zetsu going from here to here. 50,000 miles? Or about here? Or 800 miles? Which of those seems to be a little bit more reasonable? Ground troops. Let's just say that the ground troops managed to go underground the entire time, marching under the ground, including under the they just went even below the water and then popped out halfway through. Actually, no. Let's say that they walk around like this, right? That's 33,000 miles, 19,000 miles, and then they pop up somewhere around here where Kitsuchi or whatever his name is. So this is like 60,000 miles, something like that, right? Very big estimate. Or do you think 600? Not 600. 2,000 makes more sense. I mean, look at all those fucking White Zetsus. Those White Zetsus are never really shown to be super fast, right? I don't know what their highest speed feat is, but I don't think anybody's out here claiming that they move at the speed of light. Maybe they move at the speed of sound. I don't know. I don't think so. I've never seen anybody make that argument. Doesn't mean it's not out there, but I've never seen it. So, how far do you think those, that massive glob of White Zetsu are moving? How far do you really think that is? I look at that and I'm like, maybe they can move a couple hundred miles. Maybe. Or maybe this just isn't that far across. Maybe this space isn't really all that big. Or maybe this is just not drawn to scale. Maybe it's drawn inconsistently. Who knows, right? But one thing I can tell you is this makes no goddamn sense. I cannot find a way, if we're using anything remotely like physics whatsoever, there is no fucking way that tens of thousands of White Zetsu, even 1,000 White Zetsu, are moving 50,000 miles in a couple hours across the ocean without creating some massive tsunamis and shit that just rock the coasts. And if they're doing that, then why aren't they doing that instead of just If they could be generating giant natural disasters like that, then they should just do that and like wipe out all the troops on the coast to begin with. Doesn't make any sense, right? These numbers are completely ridiculous to me. Sorry, with the infinite speed, yeah. Infinite swimming speed, White Zetsu. Coom army. I hate that. Gundam as a whole does an excellent job at presenting the scale of war without losing the individual stories. Yeah, that's great. I'd like to get back into it. I'm just like so out of the loop. I remember liking Gundam Wing. But do you have like a favorite Gundam Wing for beginners, so to speak, or like an interesting or like what would you pick if you had a friend who had never watched Gundam before or read any Gundam? What would you recommend as a good starting point or introduction to the universe? Okay, so I think that's basically it. I know a lot of that was just like, what does this make you think of? What does that make you think of? What does this color remind you of? You know, but like honestly, that's what a lot of this comes down to. I don't I don't need anybody out there to believe in a number I came up with. I just want you guys to understand like what the tools are that you have available and get you thinking about shit. And in so doing, like I'm sharing my process, what it was like for me to kind of go through this and kind of come up with my own theories, so to speak. After all of that, my honest feeling about all this is that the maps that we have are probably approximations and are probably just not consistent. They're like the story was kind of told vaguely and the maps are not super precise, and we just have to kind of go with whatever the best information that we have is. I think it would actually be potentially helpful to redraw a fan map that takes all these things into consideration, and it would probably look a bit different than what we've gotten right now. But overall, you know, I think that the idea that like there's maybe 100 miles or so to the land of waves, maybe 200, kind of makes sense to me. And then if we use that as our yardstick, right? Like if I just take this and make this 200 miles, 200 miles, and I go from here to here, yeah, that's 200 miles. Then like from here to the from Konoha to the land of wind is 400 miles. Well, why does it take them 2 whole days or 3 whole days to get there? Well, because they're crossing a desert and they're crossing multiple countries, and they're not always running the entire time, and they're sleeping. And yeah, sorry, they don't move at the fucking speed of light. Sorry, you know, like this is a model that we can start building that lets us actually put things into perspective. We can still get like Redaku to be pretty fucking far away, you know. It can just be like way up here, and then we can start to consolidate things like fucking Sasuke walking from at least in part, walking from the Sound Village hideout down to the land of waves and then back up, you know, within a day, a couple of days, a week. Not made explicit, but doesn't seem to be too long. It becomes easier to kind of look at this as a small section of the world that has a reasonable scale. And then when people come back at you and they're like, yeah, well, these characters are verbatim stated to be moving at the speed of light. Okay, first of all, no. But if you do think that you have not to mock anybody who believes that, like Fod, I know that we disagree on that. That's totally fine. But like something to keep in mind is that like, okay, maybe under some certain specific circumstances they could hypothetically move at the speed of light. Maybe we have some combat light speed feats for them, but that doesn't mean that they're actually doing that when they move across the country, right? We just do not ever see any character, at least in my recent reading of the manga, travel at the speed of light that way. And it's much easier to reconcile all these other things than without that. Like how fast is the speed of, hang on, let me just look this up. Speed of sound in miles per hour. Okay, speed of sound is 700 miles per hour, right? So like the Edo Hokage, when they start off from Konoha, if they go to the land of lightning, I forget if they're fucking where exactly they're fighting. Let's just say it's here, right? If they can travel at the speed of sound, they're already getting there in like less than an hour, right? So that's it. You can reconcile all this without having to bring them up to a ridiculous what I consider to be a ridiculous scale. You can reconcile all this stuff if you're willing to just like see how it all fits into a model. If you don't like the model, you can tweak it. Like, let's say that's too low. Okay, fine, 300. Say that there's 300 miles between Land of Fire and Land of Waves, Konoha Land of Waves. Okay, how long does that make it take to get to the battlefield? Okay, that means they can still get to the battlefield in an hour. That's still extremely impressive, and they can still be moving at the speed of sound and do that, right? Like, you see what I mean? Again, I don't need for the Edo Hokage to be moving at the speed of sound or not, or to be moving at the speed of light or not, but like, what actually makes sense when you put things into context, and how many other points of data can you use to validate that context? That's what I'm trying to advocate for. Hopefully that makes some sense. What does this color remind you of? Yeah. That whole video is such a delight. Dr. Magok says, aside from Wing, honestly, the OG Gundam films. Oh yeah, even if they don't want to take on a whole 50 episode series, that makes sense. It'd be nice to have a topological political map so you default have a bias. Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. I think Sage in his video tried to map the a shot of the planet from Boruto to this map here, and I just didn't see it. Maybe because I'm not super my visual spatial is not my strong suit, but I just couldn't see it. Maybe he saw something I didn't. I don't know. If you see a real geological map of Africa versus Europe, it's almost comical compared to the political map. Yeah, I think I saw something about that recently where there's been a push to try to redraw or re-represent some of the common map representations as a result of that. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break to run to the bathroom, and I think that's basically it. I think we can fire up the simulator for a nice little fun diversion before we close down. I feel like there was something else I wanted to cover, but I think we basically went over it. So the one thing that I didn't get to at all was the calcs. My brain just exploded. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I couldn't figure out how to do the angle sizing calcs to get a good metric for this. I will try to eventually learn how to do this. I just failed for this particular time. But something that you might be able to do, right, is if this little shit over here is supposed to be this, right, because we see there's this little inlet over here, and then a larger, more oblong one or whatever over here, over there, over there. If that's the case, then here's something that we could do, right? This, I think, I don't know. I have to go back and see this in context. So, 1 second. Let's just do this real quick, because then we'll... Oh, of course I didn't save it. What? God damn it. This has to be 610 or something, right? Oh. I literally had it up. Okay, so... yeah, I guess we shouldn't spend that much time on this, but... Okay, so that's the 10 tails. Right, and... I think the 10, yeah, they're firing it at the 10 tails. Okay, so that's the 10 tails there. So if I'm understanding this correctly, then we can go back here and we can just say that this over here is the 10 tails. If that's the case, then we can get a sense of how tall it is compared to the Shinobi Alliance and all that. And then we can use that as a yardstick for other things. Also, over here, these things here, I think this is where B did his tail Biju Twister. I think this is where the individual Biju bombs exploded over there. So there are things that we can do to actually get a sense of the scale and distance. And if we can get a measurement of how big this is, then we could angle-size it. And if we were to assume that they're the same power, then we could use the size of this that changed on distance to figure out how far away this is. And if that's the Allied Shinobi HQ, my voice is cracking, Allied Shinobi HQ, and this is the this is over here, right? Because here's this inlet. Oh, actually, it would be over here. So if this is over here, and this is the Allied Shinobi Forces HQ, then the projectile being shot over here would give us a distance from here to here. And so I guess it's probably not literally here. I think they're... I have to go double check. I forget exactly where they are, but I think B and Naruto clash somewhere around here with the Edo Edo, fucking Nagato and all that, and then the Jinchuriki show up. So it's probably like shooting from over here to somewhere over here, and that gives us a an idea of how far apart they are. I tried to figure that out. I failed at the math, but there's a couple of potential resources over here. This person puts it at 7,000 kilometers. So this is a cone calculator. This is Dodo Nova on VS Battles Wiki. So 7,000 kilometers. I think that winds up being something like 4,000 miles from the Frost Country to the Alliance base. So if we go here, again, use our trusty tool over here, and we say it's 4,000 miles from Frost Country to the Allied Shinobi Forces HQ, which I forget if it's here or here, but let's just do this as a metric. Okay, then that would mean that from the Land of Fire down to the Land of Waves would be 3,000 miles. That kind of seems like a lot to me based on what we talked about before. Up to Redaku would be something like 13,000 miles. That kind of seems like a lot, but it's something, right? It's more reasonable than Redaku being 100,000 miles away, right? And if we were to stretch it out a little bit more, you know, we could kind of calibrate this a little bit better, and we could say our 4,000 miles. What if they were like more over here, and the Land of Lightning was like actually over here? Okay, if that's 4,000 miles, then how far away is the Land of Waves? Well, 1,400. Okay, that's a little bit better, right? So as you can see, we can start to kind of narrow things down by experimenting and just like trying different different ideas like that. But if this amount of pixel, yeah, let's see, do I actually have this? Yeah, that's something I tried before too. Like, if this over here is the 10 tails, and the 10 tails is like a mile tall, then we could do like, which I don't think it is, but even if it was, we could say that like this is 300 miles wide or something like that, and then this is a fraction of that, and then you could use it to like as a basis. I have no idea how to do this math, but it's something that somebody smart could do. I think, yeah, this guy actually had an interesting take. This is on Cable's calculations. Here is the tailed Biju twister that what's his name, like Yuki does, and the he says that the width of Gyuki is 60 meters, and so he uses that to determine that this crater across is 2 kilometers. And if that winds up being the case, then like, okay, this is 2 kilometers. Here to here is like what? Maybe 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers. Here to here is maybe 100 kilometers. So if that's 100 kilometers and this is like a tenth of the side, maybe that's like 1,000 kilometers. Obviously that math probably doesn't work, but you know, it's something. It's something that kind of gets you a little bit closer. And that's one of the cool things that we have about this community is that we have a lot of different people providing a lot of different like free work, right? Explaining how they would calc this stuff. And I think even if some of these calcs are like not 100% accurate or whatever, it still helps us get like a great understanding of the overall scale and scope. It's a very impressive amount of. Look at all this work that's been done. This guy's fucking. Well, I shouldn't assume their gender, but this person is like super fucking awesome at least putting this together. I haven't evaluated if all these are like true or whatever, but still, like you have to give props for all this effort. So yeah, please check out this this site as well. What else? Here are some other random thoughts that I had. There are things that you could look into more for various calcing. One is that you could try to estimate the amount of time it took the Edo Kokage to get to the battlefield, and whether or not that makes sense of them being light speed. Sasuke traveling down to the Land of Waves and to various hideouts, how long does that take? Sasuke, which I spelled correctly, traveling to the Uchiha hideout, when he went to within, oh yeah, like when he travels to go like find the to find Itachi and all that, like that's within Konoha. So how long is that taking? Naruto going to the island turtle, gets on a boat, like how long is that taking him? How far are they traveling? Naruto traveling from the land of, why did I knew that I wouldn't understand what the fuck I was talking about, and I wrote that down anyway. Land of Land of what? Land of lightning. Okay, from the land of lightning to the battlefield overnight. You know, if he like disembarks on the turtle over here and he goes like zoop, he gets there over the course of the night. How fast is he actually going? Etc. Etc. Right? And the ass stamina thing. So that's pretty much it. At some point, it would be nice to go through and just look at some of these pictures for the sense of world building. I really just accumulated this to kind of show off how great a job Kishimoto does at kind of establishing the backgrounds and the scenarios and the terrain and stuff like that of his environment and the technology. He really does do a wonderful job of that. I'm glazing over it now, but the world itself is very diverse and very like well built, well fleshed in. Lots of interesting terrain. This place in the mountain graveyard is so fucking cool. Think about like the graves of these. They would call them dragons in the Naruto universe, but obviously they're probably not. The design of Amigakure, like these are all different places with their own like topography, own geography, own like landmarks, different biomes, different climates, and all that stuff. So, you know, like check out these cool like cave formations. I'm not even sure what you would call these. In the land of in Amigakure, like these rock spires and Myuboku. It's actually a very beautiful and compelling world. Like the design of the different hidden villages is so fucking cool. So I mean, like, I'm including that for my petty argument about the you know, distance it takes, distance and time to travel between various countries and all that versus you know, horse travel or whatever. But really, it's more like Kishimoto has provided us with a very detailed and beautiful, dreamt world, and I think we don't see the whole picture because we're just focusing on little individual arguments. So that being said, let me read chat real quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom after that, and then I'm going to see if I can get the simulator running, and we can just play around with that for a minute before we close for the night. Let's see. Sorry, it says just going off vibes, at least the size of a small supercluster. Well, as long as it's got a redshift nebula in it, we know that it's infinite in size. So, Darth Magog says, I'm going to have to do a few calcs on this one of these days. Yeah, I would like to learn. Dr. Strangle has tried to teach me and just somewhat thick-headed about it, so I'll give an attempt. Okay, so I will be right back. I will leave you with a picture of what? Cool-ass guitars. Is there a cool, like, little picture I can leave in the meantime? Yeah, let's just, like, leave it on Sasuke looking badass with this little alligator over there. Did I say alligator? I meant chicken. Be right back. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your knocking that over. Uh, I see. I see the confusion. Yes, Darth Magog. That is Sasuke with a with a fucking raptor. Um, so if you're not familiar with Sasuke Retsuden, basically the land of Redaku, where Kakashi Retsuden takes place, Sasuke also goes there around the same time, and I don't know if you want me to spoil the plot for you. I can if you like, but it might be worth reading yourself. This is a manga. You can find it on Manga C, or what the fuck is it called? Manga. Sorry, Weebcentral.com is what it's called now, and it's listed as like the Heavenly Stardust or some shit like that. If you search for Naruto in the autocomplete, yeah, why don't I just fucking do it instead of just talking about it? 1 second. So, Naruto. This one? Yeah. So yeah, it's like Sasuke and dinosaurs. This is where Sasuke and dinosaurs happens, and he thinks that they're dragons. So he calls them dragons, as do other people in this manga. But it is, yeah, it's worth reading if you like quote unquote dragons. And real talk, the relationship that Sasuke has with this fucking dinosaur is more endearing than most of the time he's ever spent with Sakura. Just like, this is the true romance of the fucking Naruto universe. I'm not even joking. But yeah, it gives you a little bit more insight into what Kakashi was doing and why. You may have recalled that that the prime minister in Kakashi Retsuden said something about like sending an army down to Konoha from Redaku, and well, let's just say that that Meno is the name of this dinosaur, may or may not be involved, but definitely is. Oh, you'll never read it? Okay, so the story is that Naruto, fucking Sasuke and Kakashi both go to this place called Redaku, which is up here, wherever the fuck this is. In the novels, it's described as being like way like up to the north, which is why I keep putting it like somewhere around here, but it might be around here. Anyway, it's an isolated mountain community like far away from Konoha, and there's no shinobi there. However, some shinobi do manage to get there, and one of them, who's named Gigi, manages to figure out something similar to the Edo Tensei. And I think it's not literally the Edo Tensei, but it does the same thing, where it lets him like make a sacrifice of a creature, and then the creature that he sacrifices can be used to empower the resurrection of another. So all of these people are up at this observatory over here, which used to be like an astral observatory that Hagoromo showed up to, and it was just used for stargazing and shit like that. But now they've realized that, like, they turned it into a prison, and they realized that under the ground, there are fucking dinosaur bones, and so what they're having the prisoners do is just day in and day out, just like with pickaxes and whatever, because that's how you do archaeology, I guess, or paleontology. They're just carving away at the massive rocks here with the intention of unearthing the dinosaur bones. And then after doing that, Gigi comes along with Edo Tensei, and Sasuke comes across a room full of chickens. There's just like a shitload of chickens in this room on their own, and Gigi is going and killing the chickens and using the chickens to resurrect the dinosaurs. And then this asshole Zansur, he wants to use the resurrected dragons, as he calls them, to wage war on Konoha and invade the Land of Fire to help take over the resources and shit like that. And so yeah, you might see him riding a fucking pterodactyl or whatnot. I don't know my dinosaurs, unfortunately. You might see him. Yeah, here he is again. He calls these like the Tyrannos or something, or the Terras. He calls this one like his greatest dragon or something like that. Just a big old fucking dragon, quote unquote dragon. So yeah, that's basically it. And then like, so Sasuke, the reason why Sasuke is in this place at all is because he heard that somewhere around here is a cure for a disease that Naruto is suffering from. So he comes here to try and figure out what that is. It turns out that in this lake, there's like a sealed chest, like a treasure chest basically, that Hagoromo left there with some, powerful shit in it that will help heal Naruto. But Gigi and them want to use their power, the particles inside. They want to use the treasure chest for their evil machinations or whatever. So they have to fight. The prison that I mentioned, this is the prison and where they're digging up all the dinosaur bones. Sasuke initially like infiltrates it incognito and pretends to be a prisoner to hang out with the other prisoners and learn some intel. And in the prison, Menno is the only guard. Like there's no, apart from the walls, there's no locks to the cells or whatever, because this Edo Tensei dragon is patrolling the cells, and he basically just like kills anybody automatically that that tries to leave or tries to disobey or anything like that. And he's just like an automated security system. But then eventually Sasuke figures out, after like fighting him a couple times, he figures out that he's under the control of the Edo Tensei, and he really doesn't want to be alive. Like he wants to rest. He's being forced to serve the Zansul, and so he it's actually kind of cool. He figures out that he can't break the Edo Tensei using a Sharingan. Yeah, here's all the fucking chickens. I wasn't joking. He can't break the Edo Tensei using Sharingan like he initially tries to do. So instead of that, he grabs Menno's tongue and injects chakra through his mucous membranes to break the Edo Tensei. And after figuring out that he likes like apricots or whatever, I think that's something different. So yeah, he injects chakra directly into his tongue to break the Edo Tensei, and after doing so, he gets Menno on his side, and Menno's just so grateful. Yeah, see, like he's not really an Edo Tensei. He's just kind of like attacking automatically. Sasuke fights him, clang, clash. Then he uses like this pseudo medical ninjutsu, like ice, to heal a wound on his chest and hurt, and like kind of tries to explain to him that he's not trying to hurt him. Like he says, you have every right to be furious after being rudely awoken from your peaceful eternal slumber. So he does this. He like uses the Sharingan on him. Doesn't really work at first, but then he grabs his tongue. He sends chakra into his mucous membranes. Menno is not happy about this initially, but then this happens. This makes it all worth it. Menno gets up, looks at him, looks like he's gonna attack him, but then he's kissing him. He's helping heal his wounds, and now they're best friends. And so where all the other dragons come out of the ground and start attacking, start killing people, and then Sakura shows up and punches a wall and continues punching things, but soon kind of becomes useless because Gigi ambushes her. She dies and she never comes back again. Spoilers, Sakura is just doesn't appear in any more Naruto or Boruto related media after this. Sorry, Sakura fans. But then yeah, like he shows up with Menno, and Menno's fighting with him, and Menno starts like taking orders from him or whatever, like collabing with him and just like fighting the rest of the dinosaurs and breaking everything. Menno's the MVP, and then in the end, like after fighting together for a while, yeah, he picks him up with his Susanoo and throws him at the other dinosaurs, and just like Menno like goes in for the kill and shit. He's a fucking boss. The Terras, yeah. Anyway, yeah, he's just Yoshi, exactly. Sorry, I said, I do wonder if actual dragons exist in Naruto, considering actual demons exist, if we acknowledge that the first moving aliens exist. I wonder, maybe the bones that we see in the elephant graveyard, quote unquote, are actually dinosaur bones, or actually dragon bones. I mean, like, there's definitely, the term dragon is used, but I don't know if it's simply used in, like, reference to the metaphor, if they actually were living dragons. Not sure. Oh yeah, demons do exist, that's true. Golden Scrolls tell that Joseph Usamisu to explain the Third Testament of the Sage of Six Paths turns out to be the Sage of Seven Paths. Yeah, exactly. Who can also summon the King of Hell, who's different from the Grim Reaper, but will take your soul. Kishimoto Sensei unironically made a Jurassic Park birdie. Yeah, he did, quite literally. It's really good. The relationship between Sasuke and Minnow is like obviously the quality of the art isn't super great, but you know, the relationship between the two of them is actually really cute. Um, and then also there's more chickens. Everything the light touches is your kingdom. Everything within the reign of Amegakure is Pain's kingdom. Okay, so I'm actually pretty tired to be honest with you, but I want to close this off with a little fun segment that I've been teasing for a billion years now, literally a billion years. So let me see if I can get this working. Give me 1 second. What I would like to do is the one thing I haven't really addressed is the idea of the size of the Naruto planet and whether or not it can be reasonable. Now I'm gonna go into the following, and sorry if it's loud. I don't know if there's audio in it because I've only ever played it muted. Let me see. I think I turned the audio off, but we'll see. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can pause this. 1 second. Does this work? Just move this up here. Okay. Game is this one? Okay, it seems like it's working. Okay. So yeah, the idea here is that we have this simulator, and what it does is it basically just like serves as a simple but useful and informative simulation of our galaxy or of whatever other galaxy you want. You can put it, design your own planets. You can, change orbits and change parameters and stuff like that. The name of the software is called Universe Sandbox. I think by default it costs like $30, but I think you can get a trial version if you just want to fuck around with it. There are also some channels that do really good kind of rundowns, explanations, and like hypotheticals. I'll type one in the chat. I am subscribed to this guy called Simuloverse. Simuloverse is a really interesting channel because people will write into them and say like, what if our Earth were 4 times as big and we're made of cheese? And then he'll like put it into the simulation and explain like all the changes that happen. So what I would like to do is I would like to just for fun see what happens if we try to get the size of the Earth up to something resembling what Sage suggested, as it could be multiple astronomical units in length. An astronomical unit, if you're not familiar with that, is the average distance between the Earth and the Sun. I'm going to start off with a default simulation, and this is basically just a one-to-one recreation of our solar system, complete with a lot of different satellites and meteorites and stuff like that, or asteroids. I forget the proper term. Sorry, I'm sure you can correct me if we go as you like. For context over here, each of these grid lines represents 6.68 astronomical units, so the distance between the Earth and the Sun. And as I zoom in, you'll see that it obviously scales to be a little bit more reasonable. I can turn on habitable zones. This will show the distance from the Sun at which it is possible to live comfortably, like a planet to sustain life. So obviously, if we were much closer, this would potentially result in like the Earth having its oceans boil and losing its atmosphere, or just otherwise being completely uninhabitable. If we obviously like Venus and Mercury are not habitable, Mars is. It's getting close to the edge, so it gets a little bit trickier. Earth is sort of veering towards the border of not being habitable due to the overall heat, but there's a lot of interesting stuff that we can learn from this. Obviously, I'm not going to go into massive detail on all this stuff, but just to give a very quick overview, we can set things like the radius and the mass of the Earth. We can look at its temperature, we can check out its density, we can see the rotational period that it's at, we can see the orbital period, like how long it takes the planet to go around the Sun, the surface gravity, the distance to the camera, etc. And also we can set various parameters for motion and things like that. We can pause and unpause the simulation. So this is something that could be very deep to get into. I've only spent like 5-ish hours with this, so I'm very, very, very novice with the simulation. But I want to at least prove to you, so to speak, that there are resources out there if you're curious about this stuff and you want to learn more, want to play around and see if specifically this came out of me getting a bee in my bonnet over Sage saying that like the idea that the Earth could be the size of multiple astronomical units in radius, diameter, whatever it was, breaks no physical laws. And I was like, what the fuck, it doesn't. So, but I wanted to see what would happen. So let's just start with a basic solar system, and let's slowly start to increase the speed of the Earth. Now, I get a little motion sick when this is constantly going, so if that's the case for you too, let me know. I can pause the sim, or I can lock the camera to one of the planets, and that way, we won't see quite as much motion, if that's helpful. So, that being said, yeah, surface lock, I think, is the way to do it. So, now these planets are spinning around, and they're going around the sun, and everything is normal. You can see the sun might be moving very, very, very slightly, because obviously the planets themselves are exerting a gravitational pull on the sun. It's not even 1000% correct to say that the planets in a solar system orbit around the sun specifically. I mean, they do, but it's also technically the case that, like, they're all orbiting around a common center, right? Because the sun is sort of getting nudged a little bit as these planets go around them and exert gravitational force on the sun as well. Sorry, it says my MacBook trying to handle the rendering when I use the simulation. It's actually not that bad. I think if we start doing collisions and stuff like that, like the particle effects start turning on, then it'll probably churn quite a bit. But for this basic stuff, it's basically just like a fast spreadsheet, I think. Cosmic says Sage is not a physicist, that's for sure. He's just a comic book fan like the rest of us. Yeah, and hey, like, I am not a physicist. I had to look up how to do the how to get the length of the long side of a triangle today, because I forgot what the long side of a triangle was called, and I forgot a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and then I wasn't confident in my math, and so I just got a calculator, like an app, to do it, because I didn't trust myself. I am not a mathman. I am not a scienceman. I am just somebody who is curious and won't shut the fuck up and won't let go of things once they stick in my craw. So, I need to poke and prod and push, and I need to try to develop a cursory understanding of things that irritate me. And so, some people drink, I reread comics and fucking mess with simulators that I don't understand. I don't understand the physics of what's happening with a lot of the stuff. I just thought it was kind of fun to explore. Anyway, you can see that for every second that is passing in the simulator, on the bottom left is passing 11 days. So we can actually slow this down. We can speed it up, and we can set different like target speeds and whatnot. Obviously, as we speed things up, we slow things down, things will change over here. This is kind of, I don't fully understand this, but basically I think this is meant to kind of simulate how the like water kind of melts and freezes over. I don't think this is super accurate. Obviously, you can see over here in the representation of the Earth that it's not 100% accurate. Obviously, the fucking continents are flooding every year, so not sure about that. So some of this stuff, again, like, I don't know if like 100% of this stuff is fully representative. This is showing that over time the average temperature of the surface is like varying between negative 106 F and or degrees Fahrenheit and 70. I don't know about that, right? Does it really get that cold down there? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. So take everything with the with a grain of salt, of course. I'm not I'm not a science man. I'm a bioman. Yes, it's exactly. Welcome to my bisexual pseudo astronomy stream, where I will tell you that your opinions aren't as cool as mine. But no. So yeah, let's just see where this takes us, right? So, okay, so here's the Earth. It's a nice Earth, you might say. And we are going to start by getting, I don't want to look this anymore. We are going to start by starting to increase the radius of the Earth. Okay. Now, this is just going to increase the size of the Earth itself, like how chunky it is. And we're going to see, as we do that, what happens to things around us. Now, first of all, you should probably keep in mind that somewhere on this motherfucker is a moon. And if we get close enough, we might even be able to see it. Obviously, it is very small, all things considered. But It's not even showing up. It might not even be modeled in this part of the sim. Let me see. No, it's not. Okay, that's fine. So this is the more bare bones version of the sim. You can actually launch another one where it shows all the satellites. But anyway, let's go ahead and just get this started. So what happens if we just start increasing the Earth in size? So let's get it up to, let's see, twice the size. Okay. So far, nothing has really changed all that dramatically. We can see that the Earth's temperature is still relatively stable. Density is fine. The surface gravity has gone up to twice the way it was before. But, you know, it would be hard to live for your average human being with that being the case. But it's still in the habitable zone, obviously. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Magog. I did search Luna, and unfortunately it's not showing up. I think I remember that from before. It's like if we go to Jupiter, we're not going to see all of Jupiter's moons either. Let me see actually 1 second, because I should be able to load a different version of this. Open existing sim, solar system, live view, planets, moon, spacecraft. Yeah, that one. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this should have it. Yeah, you could see it's actually showing up there. And is there something else? Oh, the JWST, cool. We're going to be blowing that up in a second. Sorry, sorry James. Sorry to fuck up your cool telescope. Yeah, so let's go back to that. Alright, so go back to the Earth, pull back just a little bit, start sim. It was real-time simulation, so we gotta increase it quite a bit. Let's go up to days. Okay, so now it's at 10 days every second. Okay, now let's go radius, and let's go twice. And okay, well, there goes a Hubble Space Telescope. Let's see what happens if we increase it to 3. Oh, now something interesting happened. I believe it has now impacted with the moon, because I no longer see the moon there. Yeah. So, with Earth already being 3 times the size that it was initially, the gravitational pull of the moon, of the Earth, is so big that it pulls the moon crashes into the Earth, and explodes. Lunae, yes, Lunae is devastated. And unfortunately, this means that as the Earth gets bigger, right, we have to move the moon further and further away from the Earth in order for it to be sustainable. But if that's the case, then the moon has to get bigger and bigger for it to remain the same size in the sky, in which case it maintains more of an effect on our tides, in which case, you know, like maybe it doesn't if it's further away, I don't know, but like you can't just nudge the moon away in order to have it maintain the same relationship that it has with the Earth. You need to understand that, like, every time you even nudge the Earth up a little bit, it's going to affect its satellite quite dramatically. And all we had to do was get it to 3 times the size that it normally is, and the moon is fucked. So we would need to move the moon quite a bit further away in order for it to survive this kind of situation. No moon, no tides, exactly. Yep. And there are other considerations like that as well, like that you can't necessarily just nudge it around and expect everything to remain the same, because it has effects on stuff like tides, right? Well, let's keep going. Let's see how far we can get with this nice little Earth that we have. Let's try and get up to 5. Okay, so now you know, it looks like we might be having a little bit of an effect on Venus and Mercury. It looks like these orbits are starting to look a little less stable, but it's hard to say if that's just because of Earth or if it's just because, you know, that's how they are. You know, nature of the simulation. So let's keep going. Now we got Earth up to 10 times its radius. Now notice if we look at the surface composition, or hang on. No, look at the surface composition, it's still in the habitable radius. I mean, it's not really habitable in the sense that, like, the gravity on the surface is 9 times how it was before. So it's not going to be really comfortable to live on. But if we pretended that that wasn't the case for the sake of the anime or whatever, then we could, well, that so that happened. I don't know exactly what happened there, but it looks like the water all melted from the polar ice caps and then flooded the rest of the Earth, and now there's a band of water around the middle. Either that or the program just like fucking glitched out. I'm not sure. But as you can see, we clearly have a pretty catastrophic, maybe impacted with something else. We have a clearly catastrophic event that happened that significantly changed the surface composition of our planet. Average temperature also seems to be dropping consistently. Let's see if that maintains, if that's just due to the elliptical orbit, or if that, does it go back up? It seems like it's slowing down. Oh, it's dropping, it's dropping, it's dropping. So this might actually be a little glitched out. I'm not sure how reliable that is. Yep, surface temperature just continues to drop year after year. So let's notice also that at 10 times its normal radius, 10 times its normal like size, it is also very fucking massive. It is now almost 3 times the mass of Jupiter. So what happens if we bring this back down to Earth's mass? Well, now it's 907 times its original mass, right? So the increase in mass that you get out of the radius increase is not 1-to-1, just to be very fucking clear about that. Let's keep going. Let's keep nudging it up and see what happens if we get it to like, okay. So now we're actually at the radius of Jupiter, which is the radius of what? 11.5 Earths. The surface gravity is now 11.5. So as much as like characters like Goku are able to handle that, your average human being absolutely cannot fucking survive in this environment. Maybe Naruto characters can, but remember the Naruto world is full of civilians, so that's probably not happening either. It looks like I fucked up the poor Tesla Roadster's orbit as well. But so far, the rest of the stuff here is not all that crazily affected. I think some of the orbits are starting to become more elliptical, and it looks like maybe in the future, in a few generations or so, that I'll probably come into impact. Earth is probably going to impact Venus, and that might be interesting to see. But that's not happening anytime soon. So let's continue. Let's see if we can get things a little bit larger. Okay. Now we're up to 12.4 times the mass of the Earth. Okay, nothing super dramatic. Granted, the average temperature is almost 0. Now, I don't know if this makes sense. I think what happened here is that the Earth just lost all of its atmosphere at some point. So it's not able to, like, achieve the greenhouse effect, right? It's not able to retain any heat. So that's probably why this is happening, unless it's, you know, obviously it's getting heat from the sun, but it's not maintaining that the way that it used to. So I don't think that that would be feasible. That being said, the habitable zone... Oh, we're still in the habitable zone. So that's fine. I don't know why it somehow renders the habitable zone a little bit differently. But something else that you may have noticed is that when we started off, the sun was in the center of this grid. Now you'll notice that the sun is actually no longer in the center of this grid. It has started to make these little, I think they're called contrails, but that's probably not the right term for them actually, and has started to gently spiral away from our initial location. That's because the 1.2 radius of Jupiter Earth that we have is now starting to exert a gravitational effect on the sun that is stronger, and although we are still orbiting the sun, the sun itself is starting to get pulled more and more off of its like neutral spot, so to speak. Let's see, can we get this any higher before things start really going to shit? Well, this is where things start to get kind of interesting. So, I still don't know exactly why this happens, but at this specific radius, the Earth is no longer apparently a rocky planet. At the very least, it no longer seems to maintain the same kind of appearance. It looks like it has now become a much more Jupiter-like planet. I believe it's become a gas planet. Either way, as you can tell, it is very, very different than how it was before. I need to ask an actual physicist, cough cough, if anyone knows the exact process by which this happened. If I understand it correctly, though, you can see on the left it says not applicable for gas giants, not applicable for gas giants. I think at this given mass, the planet itself was so massive that it constrained on itself, like it compressed and was no longer to maintain its solid form due to the amount of energy of that mass, and so it has now become gaseous. You'll notice also that Venus and Earth almost collided. They were going quite close to one another, and now we have sent Venus the fuck off of the solar system. Venus is fucking gone, okay? And the sun continues to sort of spiral wormily out. And now, at this point, we kind of know what's happening. We kind of know what's coming, so I'm just gonna keep increasing the radius of the Earth. Now we're at 20, okay? Notice how the temperature has increased to 609 degrees average. They're gonna keep going up. I think this does cap out. It like breaks at a certain point, but something really cool is gonna happen very soon. Notice the sun's orbit has been drastically affected. Mars is starting to come towards us, I believe. And now, oh, we're still a planet. But you saw that bright flash of light. Okay, keep that in mind. We're just gonna keep going, keep going, keep going. We're up to 20 radii. Okay. And now we start to see some interesting stuff happening. At 1.19 the radius of Jupiter, or actually, we were at, I think, 30 Earth radii. What happened was that the Earth underwent a process, and through that process, it became a star. Again, I'm not an astronomer. I don't know the full explanation for why what just happened, but I think it was because it became so massive that the forces that were being generated caused a reaction, and it became a star. So now, this star that we have is orbiting the sun. Now, granted, it reduced in size. Well, why is that? Well, I think that the process by which the Earth becomes a sun at that size results in some of the energy being either jettisoned or consumed or burned as fuel. So some of the initial mass was lost as a result of that process. Well, let's see what happens if we keep increasing it. Oh, well... now the simulation hates us because now somehow it's back to a rocky planet. Is this right? Yeah, that's weird. So now it's back to a planet. So was it like a pseudo star that it still had like a solid core or something like that? Oh, that's really weird. I don't have an explanation for that. Let me try this one more time. Earth radius. Okay. I think I kind of made my point though. Yeah, let's see if we can do this again. Alright, so star orbiting the sun. Okay, so I want to go back to Earth math, just Earth mass. Where are we? Radius Earth. So at 34 Earth radii, we now start to enter into this binary system almost with the sun, where we are affecting it more and more. And the sun is now gradually starting to orbit around us. Or right now we're still orbiting around that same like center, right? But notice how our relationship with the sun has changed dramatically, and very soon, you know, we're out now at like 60 Earth radii, 70 Earth radii, 80 Earth radii. Very soon, like, I'm sure you can all see where this is going. Let's just cap it out at like 100 Earth radii and speed up the sim, see what happens. Oh, we actually managed to get into a stable like binary orbit. But notice also that Earth is not no longer orbiting the sun, right? And now we're starting to pull in all these other celestial bodies, Venus, Jupiter, all of its moons and all that. So now the very nature of our solar system is fundamentally broken. Everything is changed. Nothing is going to be the same. Mercury is on a like weird elliptical orbit, and it's going to get really close to smashing into us. Habitable zones have completely changed. Everything is just busted. So the last thing to kind of go over is, okay, this is 100 radii of the Earth, but what Sage suggested in his video would not break the laws of physics was the idea that that it could get to be multiple astronomical units in size. So how does the radius of the Earth compare to an astronomical unit? Well, so far we are at 0.00428 astronomical units. We're not even like a tenth of an astronomical unit in size. Okay, so just for gits and shiggles, let's increase this and see what happens if we build Earth up to be closer to an astronomical unit. Well, as you can see, actually you should probably like reduce the speed of the simulation, because this is just going off. Wow, it's really not paying attention to me anymore. This is very unstable actually, but it's still super fun to play with. But as you can see now, Earth as a star is consuming and spitting out and destroying everything in its wake, and we're not even close to an astronomical unit yet. We're 0.02 AU, and at 0.02 AU we are 500 times the mass of our sun. We have a cosmic wrecking ball that is just eating up everything in its vicinity. If we get up to 0.3 astronomical units, and we back this up a little bit, the process continues. We're pulling in more and more foreign objects. 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. Okay, so we have managed to get the Earth up to 1 astronomical unit, and now this is a incredibly destructive ball of cosmic wrath. But let's see if we can go any further. Can we go any further? Oh, now this happens. So at one point, I think it was 1.3 astronomical units, the Earth now becomes a black hole. So yeah, I think it does. I think it does violate a couple of laws of physics and all that. But let's just say that what we want is we want the Earth. We want to create a universe in which the Earth could be an astronomical unit in size. How far away from it, and this is the last thing I'm going to do this evening, I think. How far away would the Earth need to be from the sun in order for that to be feasible? So let me show you something real quick. Let me go to here and add an object that I want. Add the sun. Okay, here's the sun. Oop. Excuse me. Sun. Okay. Sorry. The zoom function is a little weird on this one. Okay. Whoa. I didn't even know you can do that. They gave me like motion sickness. Okay. There's a way to see that. Hang on 1 second. I want to start this over. New empty simulation. Okay, here we go. So let's do add a sun. Sun, please. Okay, here we go. Sun. Add a sun right here. Okay, zoom out. And now we are going to add Earth. I think should be, where are you, buddy? Earth. Good old Earth. Now, in order to, what we're going to try and do here is say, okay, how far away from the sun does the Earth need to be in order to get to be the size of a black hole before that's sustainable, if that makes sense. Let's try this. Let's put the Earth at 1,000 astronomical units away. So now the Earth is 1,000 times as far away from the sun as it normally is, right? And as you can see, the Earth is nicely, calmly orbiting our sun on a period of, let's see, how long is it taking it to go around the rotation? Oh, it's going really fucking fast. Okay, but anyway, it's, yeah, so it's 1,000 astronomical units away. So let's just sort of gently increase the radius of the Earth. This is this is fucking 3,000 years per second, 4,000. So let's go 1 year per second. Okay, obviously we're not going to see much movement right now because this is really, really big. Let's do 100 years per second because we want to see some motion, right? 100 years per second. Okay, is it moving? Yeah, it's moving. Okay. So 1,000 astronomical units. This is 1,000 times further away from our Earth, from the sun as our Earth is. Again, obviously it's not in the habitable region at all. It's a total big block of ice. Let's increase the radius. Let's increase the radius. And again, like now at 1.59 times the mass of Jupiter, we have a star. Let's change this to astronomical unit. And obviously it's very, very small. So let's just keep going up. Keep going up, keep going up. So far, this new sun... Oh, well, that's it. We were only able to get up to 0.0393 astronomical units before we started like this weird dance with our sun. Let me try one more just to kind of illustrate the point, and that'll be the last thing. Okay, so let's do sun again. Here's our sun. Click. Back. Okay. And then let's find our Earth. Or I need to use add tool. Okay. Earth. Here we go. Okay, so last time we did 1,000 astronomical units. Let's try a light year. Or let's try half a light year. No, fuck it. Let's try 1 light year and see if we can pull that off. Actually, I think I tried that. I think it was more like 0.3. So let's try 0.3 light years. 0.35 light year. There we go. Okay. So Earth is in auto orbit around the sun. Obviously, it's going to take a long fucking time to go around it. We are currently on the scale of millions of years. So let's just bring this down to year per. I guess we can do that. 0.1 mega year per second. Okay. So let's see what happens if we increase the radius of our Earth. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Okay. It has become a star. It is the radius of Jupiter. It is 3 times the radius of Jupiter. And look at that. At astronomical unit of 0.0023, despite being nearly a third of a light year away, it's already affecting our sun. Let's try and bring it up. We'll see how far we can bring it up. And the sun got consumed. So, like, it is very, very difficult to get a planet like this. Yeah, 1.3 AU becomes a black hole. So it's very, 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 very difficult to get a planet up to be massive enough to that mass and have it make any sense whatsoever in our solar system. In order for the Naruto universe to be that big and for physics to work in the Naruto universe at all, the sun would have to be so far away. It would have to literally be light years away, or at least approaching a light year away, something like that. And if that were the case, in order for it to be as bright and warm as it is to like power our normal day and night cycle and stuff like that, and to keep us warm and to let us live, it would have to be fucking huge, unsustainably huge. It would basically be like some sort of weird anti-black hole or something. So no, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's just not feasible. The only way you can make it make sense is to say this is pure fantasy, which is okay, right? Like, an author of any given verse is allowed to create whatever fantasy they want. And it's not up to us to say that like their universe has to follow the rules of our universe. But if you're gonna make a statement to the effect that you're gonna make essentially a commentary on the physics of our world and how it applies to a fantasy universe, then having some kind of tools to be able to evaluate whether that actually works is really useful. And thankfully, we actually live in a very fortunate age where we have access to these tools for free or cheap that explain all of this shit to us, and it's actually really, really interesting and really, really cool. So I highly recommend anybody who's interested in it, try this piece of software out. If you don't like this one specifically, there are free alternatives, but I like this quite a bit. Check out that Simuliverse and similar channels for tutorials and for just examples, simulations, and then think about how these things actually fit in. I really genuinely don't have a problem with Sage saying something like, I think the Naruto planet is 100 times bigger than ours, because I think that that's cool, and that means that the universe is cooler that way, and I like it. I don't have a problem with anybody saying that, right? That's not what bothers me. What I have a problem with people saying is, the Naruto universe, we could get it as high as an astronomical unit. Okay, but why is that? Wouldn't that break things? Wouldn't that make things not work? Hey, the solar system would just scale. How would it scale? What do you mean by that? Like, how do you explain that? What is your model? What is your, like, how are we understanding the universe to scale? It would just scale. Hey, don't be skeptical, buddy. It would just scale and work. Like, that is dumb. I'm sorry. It's just really, it's dumb because it's frustrating, because it's incurious, because it goes nowhere. It's just like, next time, just tell me to shut the fuck up and you don't want to talk about it. And I will understand and respect that much more, because that will feel much more honest. But in the meantime, I do find it interesting. I do think it's cool. I am curious about it. I want to talk about it, and I want other people to talk about it too. So if I've achieved anything with this recent like spat of streams, I hope it is to encourage you, like if you find yourself at a disagreement with somebody or you're just curious about a topic, to just like feel empowered to explore shit and to poke at things and prod at things and to try to like look at things from a different angle, because I guarantee you there are resources out there that will help you. There are people out there who will gladly help you, and you will just like learn more and understand more about the series, or whatever subject matter you're interested in, if you're curious. That should not be a controversial statement. Thank you for coming to my Naruto TED Talk. Okay, now I will respond to chat. Sorry, I've been ignoring it for a little bit. Sorry, it says rev up those moons because I sure am tired of the tides. You haven't watched 12 Ounce Mouse, have you? Because it reminds me of something from 12 Ounce Mouse. Darth Magog says, honestly, even at 2 times the moon would destabilize and crash into the planet. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Probably didn't have the simulation going fast enough to have that happen within like a reasonable time domain, but you're like on screen. But yeah, I think you're right. Sorry, I got that ocarina. I intervened, TBH. We love the moon. We have to protect our moon. The moon is good. The surface is uninhabitable just on temperature alone. Oh yeah, we talked about that. It's a miracle that Earth has maintained its orbit as much as it has. Yeah, it so that's one thing I will say about this is I am not a mathematician. I don't understand all the technologies and the cosmologicalies. So it's possible that there are problems with the simulation. So you don't have to just take it at face value. I'm not talking to you specifically, Darth Magog, just like in general, anybody watching this or anybody playing with the sim, you can ask questions of the developer. You can ask questions in their Discord. You can ask astronomers. You can like find other simulations and see how they compare, right? Don't have to accept anything as a specific, objective truth. These are all just tools to help us get us, to nudge us closer to a general understanding, right? Now we're all Dage, Pac-Man turning into a planet. Yeah. Honestly, it is kind of terrifying to think of when you mess with stuff like this. It helps you get a better sense of scale and scope in terms of like how far away and how massive things really are and how fast they'll be moving. That's the other thing I didn't talk about too, is that like, okay, if for the Earth to be an astronomical unit in radius, it would need to be far enough away from the sun to maintain a stable orbit, and in order for that to happen, it would need to, if we assume that the seasons and that the day-night cycles and all that stuff work the same way, then the Earth would have to be moving really fucking fast through space. And wouldn't that also affect how we saw, constellations and stuff like that? Maybe not, but I think it's worth considering. Also love how this looks like strands of nerve fibers is really cool. Making the Earth any larger than that is making the physics not work. Yeah, exactly. And again, like it's totally possible for any given fictional universe to have fictional bullshit physics, but if we're going to be calculating things using F equals ma and like stuff like that, we're going to be making assumptions based on like gravitational constant and or surface gravity being the same, friction coefficients being the same, then it's worth considering what other things might be the same. And this, of course, I'm going to stop myself, but this, of course, goes into our light speed conversation. Of course, it's entirely possible for fictional universe creators to make their characters move at the speed of light with no physics justification whatsoever. They don't have to justify it. They don't have to explain it, right? They can just say the characters are light speed and just have them be that way, and it's fine. But if we are then going to try to make quote-unquote objective arguments based on some sort of objective physics, okay, well then we need to make sure that we're not like using double standards and shit like that. Anyway, can't believe I talked for like 4 hours straight about this stuff, but it's so much fun. Genuinely, I know I get worked up sometimes, I know I get irritated, but this shit is like really fun for me, and I hope that it is for you too. I think I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you so much for hanging out, Darth Magog, Saria, and everybody else who stopped by before. Really appreciate the conversation. Next Sunday at 6 p.m. I am going to be talking about the data books and light speed, and I look forward to that. I have some prep work to do for that this week, but I think I should be able to get it done in time. Hopefully we'll have the artwork up on the channel in the next 2 or 3 weeks, and let's see what else we got. Yeah, Thursday more clear obscure. I think I'm gonna stick to the 7 o'clock schedule. It's just better for my brain anyway. Um, but yeah, if you have any other questions or concerns or comments or suggestions or whatnot, feel free to hit me up in the Discord on the in the comment section, or just where wherever our paths intersect. Uh, North Mango says pleasure as always, Sean. Yeah, thank you so much. Genuinely, really appreciate you being here. Hope you have a great night and a great start